This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I pulled off Highway 59 past 11 at night with my fuel gauge on empty. The neon sign for the motel flickered in the distance, surrounded by a patch of gravel that cut away from the asphalt. I'd been driving for 6 hours, and my back ached. I only wanted a bed and a place to refill my tank in the morning. As soon as I parked, I noticed how quiet it was. There weren't any other cars there, and the only light came from that worn-out sign on a post near the entrance. I heard the hum of crickets, but nothing else. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat and headed toward the lobby door. The glass squeaked when I pushed it open. There was a short counter, an old bell on top, and a large key rack on the wall behind it. The fluorescent lights inside the lobby buzzed softly, but I didn't see any clerk or any sign of staff. The place smelled like stale air and old carpet. It reminded me of those roadside motels I'd seen in movies, except even more neglected. I called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" My voice echoed a bit in the empty space. I stood there for a few seconds, waiting. Nothing happened. I rang the little bell. The ding was sharp, but still, no one came. After a moment, I turned around, checked the door, and confirmed it was still unlocked. That unsettled me. A public space, unlocked at night, with no staff around, felt wrong. I scanned the key rack. Each hook held a room key with a faded number tag. My gut twisted. I didn't like the idea of just taking a key and going to a room by myself, but it seemed like the only option. I picked one that said Room 12. It looked like it had been there for a long time. The metal was tarnished, and the plastic number was yellowed. I thought about leaving money on the counter, but I decided I'd sort that out if I found someone in the morning. The hallway off the lobby was dim. Only a few overhead lights worked, making everything look washed out and gray. The carpeting had a thin film of dust, like no one had vacuumed for weeks. I passed a few closed doors, all with these heavy-looking knobs. They reminded me of older hotels, the ones built decades ago, with worn brass that had turned dull and greenish at the edges. When I reached room 12, I tried the key. The door stuck a bit, but it finally gave way with a groan. Inside, a single lamp on the nightstand provided just enough light to see the bed, a small table, and a worn chair in the corner. The bedspread looked made, but dust motes rose in the air as soon as I walked in. It was like no one had opened that door in years. I shut and locked the door behind me, set my bag down, and tested the lights. There was a faint flicker in the overhead bulb, but it stayed on. I went into the bathroom. The mirror was cloudy, the tiles stained from old water leaks. The shower worked, though. The water was lukewarm, and the faucet handle squeaked. I kept thinking about how strange it was that no one was at the front desk. But I was more focused on the fact that I needed rest. I washed off the sweat from the long drive. The water pressure was weak, but at least it wasn't ice cold. While showering, I had this creeping sensation that someone was watching me. I glanced at the curtain, half expecting a shape or a shadow on the other side. Nothing. My heart rate spiked for a moment. I tried to shake it off as nerves from traveling alone at night. Still, it stuck with me. As soon as I finished and toweled off, I locked the bathroom door behind me, though I wasn't sure why. I got dressed in loose clothes and sat on the bed. The mattress springs squeaked under me. I felt the dryness in the air, like the ventilation system hadn't run in a long time. The quiet was overwhelming. It was late, but my adrenaline was still up. I told myself to calm down and get some sleep. I turned off the lamp and lay under the musty covers, facing the door so I could see if anyone tried to enter. Minutes later, I heard something in the hallway. The footsteps sounded heavy, like boots. They weren't rushing. They moved slowly. Step, step, step. Then they stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, my heart beating faster. I heard a faint whisper. I couldn't make out any words, just a hushed voice. Then the doorknob rattled. I froze. My chest felt tight. I started planning to jump up or run, but the knob never turned. It just shook for a second, then went still. The footsteps began again, fading down the corridor. I stayed awake, listening. After a few minutes, I couldn't hear anything. My throat felt dry, and my palms were clammy. I checked the time on my phone. It was around 1 a.m. I didn't call the police or anything, because I figured maybe it was another guest or some staff member. Still, it didn't sit right. I tried to drift off, but every time I closed my eyes, I remembered the knob trembling under someone's grip. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because I woke up to a dull thumping on the wall next to the bed. It took me a second to figure out what was happening. The noise was rhythmic, like someone knocking in slow intervals from the other side of the wall. My body tensed. I looked around, disoriented. The overhead light was off, but I could see the silhouette of the door thanks to the faint glow from the street lamp outside the window. I reached for the phone on the nightstand. It was one of those older models with push buttons on the cradle. I lifted it. There was no dial tone. I clicked the receiver a few times, but nothing. No signal. That decided it for me. I didn't want to stay in that room any longer. I'd go back to my car and wait out the night if I had to. I grabbed my shirt, slipped on my shoes, and shoved my belongings back into my bag. The banging on the wall kept going. It felt like a slow pulse. I opened the door to the hallway. It was darker now, maybe because one of the overhead lights had burned out, or maybe it had been off the whole time. I edged down the hall, scanning the doors. All of them looked shut, no signs of other guests. I tried calling out, "Hello?" in a low voice, just to see if anyone would respond. No answer. The air felt stale and kind of cold. I passed more doors, each with layers of dust on the doorknobs. At the lobby, the desk area was still unoccupied. The keys hung on the wall. Nothing had changed. I glanced over the counter and saw a thick ledger. It looked like an old registration book. My curiosity got the better of me, and I flipped through a few pages. Most entries were from decades ago. A lot of them had notes in the margin, weird scribbles, maybe from past guests. Some lines were so faded I couldn't read them. I saw repeated references to strange noises and missing staff. It made my stomach clench. I felt like I was reading a record of events similar to what I was experiencing. I backed away from the book. I didn't want to spend another second there. I headed to my car, still carrying the key I'd taken. Outside, the neon sign had gone dark. I looked over my shoulder at the motel's facade. It appeared lifeless, and the windows were black squares. I felt unsteady, like I needed to confirm if I was imagining everything. But the tension in my body told me this was real enough. I jumped into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine. The fuel gauge was near empty. I remembered that was the whole reason I'd stopped here. I prayed I could find a gas station nearby. I backed out of the empty parking lot and got onto the highway. There were no streetlights, and the road was almost pitch dark. My mind reeled, thinking about the footsteps, the doorknob, the banging on the wall, the silent phone, and that weird ledger. I kept looking in the rearview mirror at the motel's sign. It was dead, no glow at all. About 5 minutes later, I spotted a lone gas station sign on the opposite side of the highway. It was closed, but the pumps were card-operated. I pulled in under the weak overhead lights. I filled my tank enough to get me to the next town. After that, I slumped against the driver's seat. trying to gather my thoughts. I wondered if that motel had always been there. Maybe it was a front for something, or maybe it was abandoned. But the key in my hand suggested it still had some function. I decided to drive on. I found a diner with a 24-hour sign about 20 miles up the road. I parked and went inside, hoping for warmth and some sense of normalcy. I sat at the counter, asked for coffee, and tried not to look shaken. The waitress asked if I was okay, said I looked a little pale. I told her I was just tired from a long drive. I didn't bring up the motel because I was afraid she'd think I was crazy. I stayed there until dawn, sipping coffee and eating a piece of pie. I kept checking my phone, debating whether to call someone about the motel, but I had no idea who to call. The police? What would I tell them? There was no crime except maybe trespassing, and I hadn't seen anything but dusty halls and an old ledger. The next day, I drove to a nearby rest stop to wash my face and regroup. I stared at the key I'd taken and decided I wouldn't bother going back. I had no intention of returning it in person. My nerves were still on edge, so I stuffed it in the glove compartment. I figured maybe I'd mail it back if I found an address, but I ended up forgetting about it. In the weeks that followed, I tried to make sense of what happened. I told a friend about it, and she suggested I might have dozed off at the wheel and dreamt half of it. But I knew I'd physically entered that room. I had the dust on my shoes, the memory of the water running in the shower, and the key stashed in my car. Her disbelief didn't change the fact that I still felt that rush of fear when I thought about the footsteps stopping right outside my door. I never got a solid explanation. Sometimes I look up articles or forum posts about haunted motels in Arkansas. A couple of stories share similarities: empty front desks, abandoned rooms, weird logs, but none match exactly. I wonder if some deserted places keep operating after they're shut down, in a way that defies reason. I wonder if the heavy footsteps belong to whoever used to own that place, or if it was another lost traveler. The possibilities scare me. Still, I moved on with my life, continued traveling, but I avoided lonely highways at night. I made sure to keep my gas tank above half. I always planned routes carefully. If I pass any motel that looks remotely run down, I won't consider stopping. I'll drive an extra hour to reach a known chain or a brighter, busier spot. I don't need the cheapest or the closest place anymore. Yet, there's a small part of me that's curious. Like if I went back, would I find that motel exactly how I left it? Could I open the door and see those dusty keys on the wall? Or would it be boarded up and lost to time? I think about the sign going dark as I fled, and I feel a chill all over again. That night taught me that not every place on the map is what it seems. I still remember the squeak of that lobby door, the musty smell in room 12, the squeaking shower faucet, and the jolt in my chest when the knob rattled. Those physical details stick with me. They remind me that for a few hours, I was trapped in a place that didn't follow normal rules. If I'd slept deeper, if I'd ignored the knocks, maybe something worse would have happened. I'm grateful I left when I did. I'm glad I found that gas station, even if it was dark and empty. I still don't have answers, but sometimes not knowing is enough to keep me away. I choose safety over explanations now. That's all I can really say about it. When you drive alone at night, you never know what you might stumble upon. I learned that the hard way, and I've never forgotten it. I usually drive from Washington, D.C. to Baltimore late at night. The road is open, fewer cars to deal with, and I can reach my destination without getting stuck in rush hour traffic. I've done that route countless times, so I don't worry about passing through dark stretches of highway. But one night, something happened that changed how I feel about driving alone after midnight. I got on I-95 around 11. The sky was clear, no rain, no wind, just a slight chill in the air. I turned on my music to keep me awake, a random playlist on low volume. My dashboard lights glowed softly. The traffic was light, mostly trucks or the occasional car. After about 30 minutes, I noticed a figure up ahead on the shoulder. I thought it might be a broken-down driver. As I got closer, I saw a person standing there with a thumb out. My first instinct was to ignore them. Picking up hitchhikers at night isn't something I usually do. But something about this person's posture seemed desperate. I slowed down. The man wore worn jeans and a hooded sweatshirt. He kept his head low so I couldn't see his face clearly. I rolled down my window a crack and asked if he needed help. He mumbled, "I just need a ride north." His voice was soft, almost flat. I hesitated, but I felt a small rush of sympathy. It was cold, and the highway was lonely. I unlocked the passenger door and told him to get in. He climbed inside, shut the door, and put his backpack at his feet. I expected him to say thanks or give me some explanation, but he stayed silent. I glanced over. He was hunched forward, his hood partly covering his profile. I tried to start a conversation. I asked him where he was headed, if he was going far. He just repeated, "North." His voice had a shaky edge to it. I noticed he wasn't wearing gloves, and his hands looked pale. I asked if he was okay. He nodded but didn't speak. We drove in silence for a while, maybe 15 or 20 minutes. I tried the radio. The quiet tension made me uncomfortable. I asked if he wanted me to change the station or if he needed water. He didn't respond. He kept staring straight ahead, sometimes glancing at the passing headlights. I thought maybe he was nervous or had a rough day. I decided not to push him. Around midnight, I started paying more attention to him. He seemed to be trembling slightly, and his breathing sounded uneven. I asked if he was cold. He didn't answer. Instead, he lifted his head a bit, and I caught a glimpse of his face. His skin looked almost gray in the faint glow from my dashboard. His eyes seemed unfocused, like he was looking past everything. I felt a chill run through me. I asked again if he was all right. He slowly turned his head toward me. Then, in a shaky whisper, he said, "They shouldn't see me." His voice carried a note of fear. I wasn't sure if I heard him correctly. I started to ask, "Who shouldn't see you?" But before I could finish, he vanished. The seat was empty. There was no transition, no movement. 1 second he was there, the next he was gone. My heart jumped into my throat. I slammed on the brakes and almost swerved into another lane. Luckily, no cars were near me. I shouted something, maybe a curse, out of sheer shock. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I looked at the passenger seat. There was no sign that anyone had been sitting there. I reached over and touched it. The seat was cold. The seat belt was still retracted. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what just happened. I pulled over to the shoulder, put the car in park, and turned on the overhead light. I rummaged around, checking the footwell, the back seat, everywhere. Nothing. No backpack, no footprints, no sign of a person. I got out of the car to see if he had somehow opened the door and jumped out. The door on the passenger side was locked from the inside. My pulse pounded in my ears. I tried to calm myself, telling myself I must have imagined it, but I knew I had let him in. I had heard his voice. It wasn't a hallucination. I stood by the roadside, the nighttime wind hitting me. My breath felt unsteady. The headlights of an occasional passing vehicle lit me up, but no one stopped. I checked the asphalt for any footprints or scuffs where someone might have jumped out. Nothing. After a minute, I got back in the driver's seat. I locked the doors again and sat there in the silence. My hands were still shaking. I started the car and drove slowly. I kept expecting him to pop up in the rearview mirror. I felt a lump in my throat, like I might gag. I'd never experienced anything like that in my life. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the guy was a trick of the light. But I remembered the weight of the door as he opened it. I remembered how he smelled faintly of sweat. I remembered the quiet tension in the car. That was real. I gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles hurt. After about 10 minutes, I saw a sign for a service plaza. The lights from the gas pumps and the convenience store felt like a lifeline. I pulled in and parked. I got out, took a few steps, and bent over to catch my breath. My heart was still hammering. I walked to the store entrance. An older man stood behind the counter. He greeted me with a nod. I guess I looked rattled because he asked if I was all right. I told him I'd had a weird experience on the highway, that I picked someone up and they vanished. He gave me a long, thoughtful look. He said, "You must be talking about the ghost hitchhiker." I froze. I asked what he meant. He shrugged and said he'd heard plenty of stories about folks giving rides to a phantom on I-95 late at night. According to rumors, the phantom appears to need help but disappears mid-ride. He mentioned that people claim the spirit is some restless soul who can't move on. I didn't know what to say. I felt a surge of relief because he didn't call me crazy, but at the same time, I was terrified that this might be true. I bought some water and tried to calm down. The clerk told me about 2 other people who came in with the same story. They described the passenger in almost the same words: hooded sweatshirt, quiet, pale face. He said they all looked scared. I felt cold sweat on my back. I didn't even finish the water. I got back into my car, turned on the heat, and sat there for a moment. I couldn't stop replaying the moment he vanished. No words, no movement, just gone. I decided to keep driving. I wanted to get home. I pulled out of the service plaza and merged onto I-95 again. The rest of the ride felt like a blur. I kept glancing at the passenger seat, half expecting him to reappear. My eyes were heavy, but I didn't dare close them for long. I gripped the wheel, stared at the road, and forced myself to keep going. When I finally reached Baltimore, I parked in my usual spot, got out, and locked the doors with shaky hands. My legs felt weak. I went into my apartment and sat on the couch for a long time. I didn't bother turning on any lights. I just let myself absorb what happened. I recalled every detail: the cold seat, his trembling voice, the words, "They shouldn't see me," and then the empty space next to me. I barely slept that morning. My mind wouldn't rest. I kept thinking about what might have happened if he hadn't disappeared. Was he running from something? What did he mean by, "They shouldn't see me"? I felt uneasy, like I'd brushed up against something that didn't belong in my normal world. I tried to go about my day, but I was on edge. A few days passed. I told a couple of close friends. One laughed. The other seemed worried about my sanity. I stopped telling the story because people's reactions made me feel stupid or crazy. But I couldn't shake the memory. Every time I got behind the wheel at night, my stomach tightened. The highway that used to feel peaceful started to feel menacing. A week later, I drove on I-95 again, but this time I made sure it was earlier in the evening. I couldn't handle another midnight trip. Even then, my eyes kept flicking to the shoulder, scanning for silhouettes. I told myself I wouldn't stop for any hitchhiker ever again. At one point, I thought I saw a shape standing near an overpass, and I almost had a panic attack. When I got closer, I realized it was just a broken sign. Still, my heartbeat took several minutes to settle. Over time, I adjusted my schedule to avoid traveling that route in the middle of the night. I didn't want to risk seeing the same hitchhiker or any other apparition. I occasionally wondered if maybe there was a logical explanation, like some form of mass hysteria or a trick, but I always came back to how real it felt. The physical details were too sharp in my memory. I ran into that gas station clerk again about a month later. I was traveling in the daytime. He remembered me. He asked if I'd had any more weird experiences. I told him no. He then said he'd heard from another driver who claimed to pick up a man who vanished. Same description. Hooded sweatshirt, pale, silent. That driver refused to talk about it after the initial shock. I just shook my head and told the clerk I planned to avoid driving alone at night. And that's what I do now. If someone needs a ride, I offer it only if it's daylight, or if I'm absolutely sure I know them. I can't bring myself to risk another encounter like that. Part of me still wants answers, but I don't think I'll ever get them. The whole event left a mark on me, a sense of uncertainty about what's real and what might linger on dark highways. I try to keep things simple in my mind. Something happened that night. I witnessed a person vanish, and I can't explain it. I accept that I won't solve the puzzle, but I also know what I saw. I can't erase it or label it as a dream. It's an incident that stays with me whenever I'm behind the wheel, especially near midnight. Sometimes on quiet stretches of road, I catch myself checking the seat beside me, just to be sure I'm alone. I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore. That's the main change in my life. It's not worth the risk. I still travel between Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, but I plan ahead or I take earlier trips. The memory of that trembling voice never left me. I hear it sometimes when I replay that night. They shouldn't see me. I don't know who they are or why he needed to avoid them. But I do know I'm not interested in finding out. I've had enough strange encounters for one lifetime. That's all there is to say. The man was there, then he wasn't. I can't forget how he looked. I can't forget the jolt of terror I felt when he vanished. I'm still the same person in most ways, just more cautious and less certain about what can happen on a lonely highway after dark. If anyone asks me about giving rides to strangers on I-95 in the middle of the night, I tell them to think twice, because once you've experienced something that doesn't fit normal reality, you can't go back to pretending that these roads are always safe or predictable. That's how it changed me forever. I walked into Parker & Sons library on a Tuesday morning. The place felt quiet in a way that made me uneasy. I was there for a research project. I needed rare books, and I thought an old library with a small crowd would be the best place to find them. The first thing I noticed was the heavy wooden door that groaned when I pulled it open. Inside, the smell of old paper and damp wood hit me. The floors squeaked under my shoes. I saw tall shelves that reached almost to the ceiling. It was dim, and most of the light came from small lamps scattered around the reading tables. An older man, who later introduced himself as Mr. Thompson, looked up from behind a tall desk near the entrance. He wore a sweater vest and round glasses that seemed too big for his face. He nodded in my direction, but didn't say much. I picked a table near the center. I wanted to be close to the largest cluster of shelves. I planned to comb through the library's historical section, since I'd heard they had records from the 19th century that might help my research. The first hour there felt normal, though quiet. I occasionally heard a chair scrape the floor or the rustle of pages from another visitor. but that was it. Then I heard a soft whisper that made me think someone was speaking behind one of the shelves. When I got up to look, no one was there. I brushed it off. I thought maybe it was the building settling or a draft blowing through a gap in the walls. I kept hearing the whispers. They came from the taller shelves. They were so soft that I wasn't sure if they were real words. Sometimes it sounded like a couple of voices overlapping. I couldn't make out what they said. It felt weird to stand there, alone in a dark corridor of books, listening to noises that seemed to move from one spot to another. It gave me a chill. I went back to my seat, trying to focus on my research. I noticed my hands were shaking. I tried to steady them by gripping my pen. I wrote down some notes, trying to concentrate. After a few days, I decided to ask Mr. Thompson about it. I approached him near the main desk and explained that I kept hearing these strange whispers. He gave me a tight smile and said the building was old. He said the wood in the rafters sometimes creaked and that the heating system rattled, but the look on his face told me he was uncomfortable. I thanked him and walked away. I sensed that he was hiding something. I noticed how he fiddled with his keys when I mentioned the whispers, like he wanted to avoid a real conversation. I returned to my table. That day, I brought my phone with a recording app open. Every time I heard the whispering, I pressed record. Later, I tried playing back the files. They were full of static, and the faint murmurs I thought I'd heard didn't come through as clear speech. I tried boosting the volume on my laptop when I got home, but I only found more distortion. It was frustrating. I had hoped to get proof of what I was hearing. One evening, I stayed late. The library was closing, but Mr. Thompson allowed me to remain for another hour. I was behind on my research, and I'd promised I wouldn't wander around after they locked up. I was the only one in the main reading area. The lamps were dim, and the far end of the library was almost dark. The whispers started up again, louder than before. My pulse sped up. I could see my own hand trembling as I tried to write notes. I heard several voices, or what felt like voices, speaking all at once. I walked over to the shelves to see if there was a hidden speaker or a radio. I found nothing. There was a draft, though. It made my neck hair stand on end. The air felt cold in that spot, like a small pocket of chilled air in an otherwise warm room. I decided to climb the old wooden staircase that led to the second floor. The steps creaked. My heart pounded because I didn't want Mr. Thompson catching me somewhere he hadn't given me permission to go, but I also felt drawn there. The whispers sounded clearer as I went up. I couldn't figure out which direction they came from. It was disorienting. When I reached the top floor, I saw rows of older books, many with frayed spines. The only light came from a few bulbs spaced too far apart. I tried to keep my footsteps quiet, but the floors groaned under me. I rounded a corner and felt a sudden draft. A row of books shook on the shelf. A few fell to the floor with dull thuds. I jumped at the noise. My heart felt like it was in my throat. I bent down to pick them up, and they were open on pages that had handwritten notes in the margins. I saw dates from the 1800s. They mentioned secret meetings and discussions about ideas that were banned at the time. I didn't linger on reading them there. I was too nervous. My hands were sweaty, and I felt a bead of sweat run down the side of my face. I made my way back downstairs, but the whispering didn't stop. It followed me, or at least it felt like it did. I heard words in quick flashes, names, dates, maybe lines from old philosophical texts. I could barely keep track. My stomach was knotted. My scalp tingled. I just wanted to get back to my stuff and leave. As I reached the last step, I lost my footing. I stumbled and almost fell, but I caught the railing at the last second. My breathing was shallow. I could feel my chest tightening. I returned to my table. The lamps flickered. I tried to gather my notes. The voices seemed to grow louder. It sounded like a heated debate. I spun around, but no one was near me. I thought I saw a shadow move by the far shelves. I held my breath, straining my ears to catch a complete sentence. I only heard fragments. My mind was racing. I wanted to run, but I also had a strange urge to keep listening. I can't explain it. My heart pounded, and I felt a headache coming on. After a few minutes, the whispers died down. The library felt eerily still. I grabbed my notebook and stuffed it in my bag. I must have lost track of time. When I looked at my watch, it was well past the usual closing hour. The place was silent. All the lights on the far end were off. Mr. Thompson must have left, assuming I would find my own way out. I felt an odd sense of isolation. The shadows stretched across the floors. I walked toward the front door, but I heard a creak behind me. I turned around. My heart slammed against my ribs. I couldn't see anyone, but I sensed a presence. I gripped my phone. I tried turning on my flashlight app, but my phone froze. My nerves were shot. I felt goosebumps on my arms. I noticed a faint sound near the oldest section of the library. It was like someone was opening and closing books. I forced myself to walk in that direction, though part of me wanted to run outside. I reached the corridor of tall shelves. The air was cold. My breath felt shaky. Some books on the top shelf were partly pulled out. I heard a soft tap, like a book sliding back into place. I whispered, "Hello?" My voice echoed. I heard no response. Suddenly, another book fell. It landed near my feet with a muffled thump. I jumped back, heart pounding. The cover was old and the pages were yellowed. I crouched to pick it up. As I touched it, I felt a strange static under my fingertips, like mild electrical current. I dropped the book. My palms were sweating, and I wiped them on my jeans. I stood there, straining to see if anyone was on the other side of the shelves. I caught sight of movement, but when I took a step, there was no one. My head felt light. I told myself to leave, but I also felt like I was in a fog. I glanced at the second-floor balcony. I thought I saw a shape leaning over the railing, but the overhead light was too dim for me to see clearly. A rush of cold air hit me from behind. My eyes watered, my body tensed, and the hair on my arms stood up. Then the whispers returned. They were all around me, like a low hum of voices weaving together. I heard a faint word, "Help," or maybe I imagined it. My chest tightened. My legs felt weak. I moved toward the exit. Another book fell off a shelf behind me, and the noise startled me so much that I let out a gasp. I broke into a half-run until I found the main aisle. I burst through the main doors that led to the front lobby. The lights were off. Everything was dark. My footsteps echoed on the marble floor. I reached the exit to the street and pulled the door open. The cool night air hit me, and I took long breaths, my heart still hammering. I fumbled for my phone, checking the time. It was almost midnight. I stood there on the sidewalk, trying to calm down. My shirt was damp with sweat. After a moment, I realized I had left a few books and notes inside. I thought about going back, but my stomach churned. I decided to wait until morning. When I returned early the next day, the sunlight made the library look less intimidating. Mr. Thompson was behind the desk, looking as though nothing had happened. My notes were stacked neatly at the table, and a few library books I'd used were set aside. He asked if everything was okay. I tried to tell him about the voices. He grew pale and shook his head. He said I should keep quiet about these things. His voice was tight. He wouldn't look me in the eyes. He told me the building had a history, but that people in town didn't like to talk about it. I asked him what he meant. He refused to say more. I felt a wave of frustration, but I let it go. I finished my research over the next few weeks, but I never stayed as late as I had that night. I stuck to daylight visits, though sometimes I heard the whispers even then. I felt them behind the shelves, especially in the older sections. Sometimes I saw shadows move at the edges of my vision. I ignored them, focusing on my books. I didn't try to investigate anymore. My nerves couldn't handle it. On my last day of research, Mr. Thompson spoke to me before I left. He said that if I ever wanted to visit again, I should come in the morning. He handed me a small slip of paper with his personal phone number. I asked him if the stories were true about secret meetings and tragic incidents in the 19th century. He nodded slowly, said he had seen records, and suggested I forget about it. He said the library was old, that it carried the weight of the past, and that certain corners were better left untouched. I left with a stack of notes. Outside, I paused and looked back at the building. It seemed normal in the sunlight, but I felt a familiar chill on my skin. I had the sense that the walls held voices beyond reason, whispering in corners that few people visited. I still drop by sometimes, usually during the day, to check their archives. I avoid the upper floors. I stick to the new releases and the main reading area. But in the corner of my mind, I know those whispers are still there, hidden among the dusty shelves, waiting for anyone who lingers too long after dark. I stepped onto that forgotten trail near Mount Rainier without a guide. I found it on an old map I picked up at a second-hand bookstore. Friends told me it was a mistake to hike alone in an area with little foot traffic, especially near dusk. I ignored their concerns because I liked solitude. I carried a sturdy backpack with basic supplies, along with a GPS device that sometimes lost its signal under the dense canopy of trees. The late afternoon light felt weak. Clouds gathered around the mountain's peak, hinting at possible rain. My heart was steady, and my mind was set on finding a remote cabin I'd read about in local lore. I moved along a faint path that looked more like a game trail than a proper route. Branches snagged on my jacket, and dried leaves crackled under my boots. The canopy thickened as I advanced. An hour later the sun had nearly set, and I caught sight of a small clearing. A wooden structure stood in the middle, covered in moss and vines. It had a sagging roof and broken windows. I recognized it from a black and white photograph in that old guidebook. This had to be the cabin. The front door was partway open. One hinge was broken, causing it to hang at an awkward angle. The inside smelled stale, like rotted wood and old dust. I had my flashlight ready, but my eyes adjusted well enough to see the basic layout. I saw a small living area with a single ragged chair and a table. A rusty stove stood against one wall. Dishes and pots, tarnished and cracked, littered a corner. My adrenaline kicked in. My breathing quickened. I felt my heart pound. I wasn't used to seeing such disarray, especially not this far off a main trail. I noticed markings on the walls. They were carved into the wood, some shallow and others deep. The symbols looked strange, almost like runes or a script I didn't recognize. I ran a fingertip over one. The edges were rough and uneven, as though someone had used a simple knife. My spine tingled. I wasn't sure why. Maybe the place just put me on edge. I felt the air around me shift. A breeze slipped through one of the broken windows and ruffled some dried leaves on the floor. I decided I would spend the night here, though I had reservations about it. The alternative was to hike back in the dark, and I didn't like that idea. I set up my sleeping bag in a corner that felt moderately clean and used my flashlight to inspect the surroundings. I checked the ceiling for leaks. I saw cracks. One section of the roof looked worse than the rest. I moved my stuff out of that direct line in case it caved in. Then I pulled a small lantern from my pack and lit it, just enough to cast a gentle glow over the center of the cabin. I ate an energy bar and drank from my canteen. The silence pressed in. An occasional hoot from an owl or the rustle of a small animal outside broke the stillness. I fell asleep after a while, but something woke me up. I heard what sounded like footsteps in the hallway. A short corridor led to a second room in the back. My pulse surged. I sat up, straining to hear. The floor creaked. I pointed my flashlight at the open doorway. The corridor was empty. I told myself it was probably the wind shaking a loose board. Still, I felt my muscles tighten. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. I got up, carefully stepped across the living area, and peeked down the corridor. It was dark and cluttered with debris. I shined my beam around. I didn't see anyone. I forced myself to check the second room, which seemed to have been a bedroom at some point. The bed frame was broken, and the mattress was gone. More strange carvings covered the walls. A window was shattered, and glass crunched under my boots. Nothing else seemed unusual, so I went back to my makeshift bed. I tried to calm my nerves, but my body stayed tense. The next morning, I woke early. Sunlight seeped through the cracks in the walls. I decided to look around outside. Maybe I'd find signs of who used to live here, or if anyone still visited. Behind the cabin, about 50 yards away, I spotted a cluster of rough wooden crosses. They were stuck into the ground, leaning at odd angles. It resembled a small grave site. No names, no dates, just weather-beaten markers. I felt uneasy. I wasn't sure if these graves were for humans or animals, but they looked old. The dirt around them appeared disturbed, though, like someone had walked there recently. I saw footprints, human footprints, leading away from the makeshift cemetery and disappearing into the woods. This made my throat tighten. Someone else might have been here, and I hadn't seen a soul on my hike. I walked back to the cabin with my guard up. I checked my pack to see if anything had been tampered with. Everything seemed in place, but my sleeping bag was unrolled. I remembered folding it neatly before I stepped outside. My gut twisted. I didn't know if I had made a mistake or if someone had come in. I started to sweat even though it was cool out. I felt an urge to leave, but I also felt stuck. Dark clouds hovered over Mount Rainier. A storm was brewing, and I wasn't eager to hike back on a slippery trail in heavy rain. I decided to explore more of the surrounding area in daylight. Maybe I'd find another path or a better shelter. As I walked through the tall trees, I spotted more footprints, the same size as those near the crosses. They led to a narrow stream and then vanished. I scanned the area. I heard nothing except the water trickling over rocks. My chest felt tight again, as if someone was watching from behind a trunk or from among the foliage. My eyes darted around, but I saw no one. The forest was still. The sky started to darken. I headed back to the cabin in the afternoon. The wind picked up and rain began to fall. It was a slow drizzle at first, then heavier. By the time I reached the porch, I was soaked. I shook off some water and ducked inside. The place felt colder. The runic carvings on the walls seemed more visible in the dim light, as if they reflected the glow of my lantern. I tried to shrug it off as my mind playing tricks. Nightfall came early because of the storm. The wind knocked branches against the outside walls. Rain drummed on the roof. I ate a can of soup cold because I didn't trust the old stove. I sat by the lantern, reading the outdated calendar on the wall. It was from 1967. Pages were torn, and random notes were scribbled in pencil. I tried to make out the writing, but it was too smudged. My mind drifted to the footsteps I'd heard. My body felt tense, my shoulders rigid. I knew I wouldn't sleep easily. I listened to the storm, hoping it would pass by morning. Sometime during the night, I heard it again. Footsteps on the old wooden floor. Slow, uneven steps that moved toward the living area. My throat went dry. I reached for my flashlight. It flickered. I clicked it off and on until it finally steadied. The corridor was empty, but I heard a low voice, like a murmur. I couldn't understand the words. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought I could hear it echo. I stood up, pressed my back against the wall, and waited. The sound moved to the door, then stopped. The wind howled outside. The rain kept falling. I stayed frozen for minutes, listening. My thoughts raced. I wondered if a stranger was inside, or if it was something else. My stomach churned, and I felt sweat gather on my forehead. I finally mustered the courage to walk to the door. I tugged it open. Wind and rain rushed in. My flashlight beam swept across the porch. No one was there. Then I heard scratching on the side of the cabin, near the broken window. It sounded deliberate, not like a tree branch. I yelled, "Who's there?" No response. The rain battered my face. I stepped outside. Lightning flashed, giving me a brief view of the trees. I saw nothing that resembled a person or an animal. I retreated inside, hands trembling. That night, I barely slept. By dawn, the rain had eased to a light drizzle. I decided to pack my things. I wanted to leave as soon as possible. The path out would be wet and slippery, but I preferred that over staying. I checked my supplies and discovered some of my food wrappers strewn around. Something or someone had gone through my pack. Nothing important was missing, but the intrusion made my skin crawl. I double-checked everything, grabbed my gear, and stepped onto the porch. The crosses in the makeshift cemetery caught my eye again. I noticed fresh dirt around one. The footprints still led away into the woods. My nerves felt raw. I made my way down the trail, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. The wind had died, and the forest was eerily still. I thought I heard a branch snap behind me, but when I turned, I saw only dripping leaves. My boots slid on the muddy ground. I gripped nearby tree trunks for support. After about an hour, the drizzle stopped, and the sky began to clear. Relief washed over me. I pushed myself to move faster, eager to reach a more familiar route. The deeper I got into the forest, the more convinced I became that I was alone. That uneasy feeling of being watched started to fade. I checked my GPS, which finally regained a stable signal. The main trail was only a half-mile ahead. Once I reached it, I relaxed. I felt the tension in my shoulders loosen. By the time I saw the wide gravel path, I felt almost calm. Yet, I couldn't shake the lingering dread from the night before. I made it back to the nearest ranger station by late afternoon. A ranger there asked if I needed help. I said I was fine and didn't mention the cabin. I just wanted to get back to my car and drive home. Even now, I recall the symbols carved into those walls. I remember the quiet graves with their crooked crosses. I still hear footsteps in my mind when I think of that corridor. I never found out who or what stayed in that place. When people ask about my worst experience camping, I share a mild story about a storm and leave it at that. But I know there was more. I know what it felt like to lie awake on a grimy floor, ears straining to catch any shift in the silence, lungs tight with fear. I know the smell of damp wood and the thrill of seeing footprints in a place that should be deserted. I can still sense the tense air around that cabin, as if it waits for the next person willing to wander too far into the wild. I remember the day I found that old camera at a small antique store in Charlotte. I was on my lunch break from my usual photography job, which mostly involved weddings and corporate events. I wanted something different to explore. The store was crammed with dusty shelves, and I spotted this vintage camera in the back. The owner told me it wasn't expensive because nobody had a clue if it still worked. I liked the look of it, so I bought it on a whim. When I got home, I realized there was a roll of film still inside. It was partially used. I felt a jolt of curiosity. I wondered what might be on those negatives. It felt like opening a time capsule. I set up my small dark room in the garage, which I sometimes use for developing my personal projects. I'm a fan of analog photography in my free time. I placed the film in the chemicals, watched the clock, and waited. I felt a slight rush of excitement, the same way I do when I wonder if I've captured something good on film. After I finished the development process, I took a closer look at the negatives. I saw random city scenes, people on sidewalks, a few old buildings, and ordinary city streets. Most of the shots looked typical, the kind of images someone might snap during a casual stroll. But then I noticed one frame that stood out right away. It showed a narrow alley with a tall, dark shape in the middle. At first glance, I saw a man in silhouette standing at the center. The face was blurred. Something about that blur didn't feel like a normal photographic defect. It looked more like the face had been smeared or wiped out. I decided to make a print. I set up the enlarger, exposed the photo paper, and then put it through the developer. As the image formed, I realized that, near the bottom corner, there was something else. It looked like a second face superimposed or half-transparent. I noticed I was holding my breath. Once the print was done, I examined it under the small light in my dark room. The second face looked faint, almost ghostly, and had an expression of shock or fear. My eyes flicked to the blurred man in the middle. That figure looked solid, but his features were all smeared. The second face near the corner felt separate, like a double exposure, except the rest of the frame looked normal. My stomach tightened. I've seen plenty of photography tricks, accidents with film, or double exposures caused by rewinding mistakes. But this didn't look like that. It was isolated to the bottom corner, and the rest of the background was crisp. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and told myself it must be some error in the old camera, or the result of light leakage. Still, I wanted to see if I could make more details visible. I scanned the negative into my computer and zoomed in. The second face had clearer outlines than I expected, almost like it was caught at the exact moment of intense fear. I also noticed a strange shape on the brick wall behind the blurred man. It looked like a large, uneven shadow, maybe resembling a hand with long fingers. I got curious about the location. The alley in the photo had some distinct graffiti, and there was a small sign in the background that read, "Theater." I did a bit of research online about older theaters in Charlotte. I eventually discovered that there was a historic theater downtown, built in the 1930s, which was near an alley that matched a few features in the picture. I decided to take a trip there in person, hoping to confirm if it was the same place. When I found the alley, it looked grimy, with trash cans and some scattered debris. I checked the walls and recognized some of the graffiti from the photo. The tall brick walls formed a narrow corridor with little light. The place smelled of damp concrete and something sour, like stale garbage. I walked up and down, comparing angles. I found the exact spot where the photographer must have stood. I snapped a few shots with my digital camera, aiming for the same angle as in the vintage photo. The light was different that day, though. Sunlight was hitting part of the alley, so the mood wasn't quite the same. I didn't see anything unusual. I just felt a slight tension in my gut, An old man who passed by gave me a curious look, but he didn't stop to talk. After returning home, I reviewed my new digital photos. Everything looked normal, just an empty alley, walls covered in graffiti, and some broken bottles on the ground. No mysterious faces, no odd shadows. I went back to the darkroom print. I stared at it for a while. My skin broke out in goosebumps. The faint face in the corner looked even more pronounced now that I knew the exact spot. I noticed how it seemed to stare directly at the camera, or maybe at me. I tried to learn more about the vintage camera itself. It bore a small engraved plaque near the bottom. I rubbed off some grime and found an inscription, "Property of T. Richards." I searched that name online, adding photographer and Charlotte. I found a single reference on a local historical forum. Someone mentioned a reporter named Thomas Richards who worked for a regional paper in the 1970s. He went missing in 1977. The thread said he was last seen investigating a story near an old theater downtown, but details were scarce. No official records were linked, but I saw comments suggesting the case remained unsolved. My mind began to race. I had a camera once owned by a missing reporter. The last shots were random city scenes, but one included that eerie alley shot. I started wondering if the strange smear on the figure's face was connected to Thomas Richards somehow. I felt a chill run along my arms. I tried to remain logical. Film artifacts happen. Yet I couldn't shake the uneasy sense that the photo captured something more than a normal scene. Over the next few days, I started having dreams about the blurred face. In my dreams, I was inside that alley, holding the camera, taking pictures. The narrow walls felt suffocating. A shape stood in front of me, just out of focus. The second face hovered near the ground, staring at me with wide eyes. When I woke up, my heart hammered in my chest, and I had trouble falling back to sleep. I told myself it was just my mind fixating on something mysterious, but it started affecting my mood. I felt edgy during the day, worried that someone or something was around the corner. One night, I stayed up late, editing some event photos on my computer. I felt restless, so I took a break and looked at the scanned version of the alley photo again. I zoomed in on the corner with the second face. My eyes began to sting from staring at the screen. Suddenly, I heard a faint tapping on my window. I live on the second floor, so it was unusual. My heart jumped. I paused my music and listened. The tapping stopped. I walked over and looked out. The street was empty except for a couple of streetlights. My pulse pounded in my ears. I wondered if it was a bird or just my imagination. I waited a few more seconds and then sat back down. I felt my arms trembling. I decided to shut off my computer and call it a night. My dreams grew more vivid after that. I saw the second face again, but this time it was closer to me. I heard it whisper something I couldn't understand. In the dream, the blurred figure behind it felt huge, as though it towered over me. I felt stuck, like my feet wouldn't move. I woke up breathless, covered in sweat. That morning, I noticed dark circles under my eyes in the mirror. I tried to brush it off. I told myself I was letting a strange photo get to me. I tried going back to the alley one more time with a friend for moral support. I didn't explain everything to him, just said I wanted more photos for a personal project. We walked around, took pictures, and examined the bricks. My friend teased me about my obsession with some old alley. I forced a laugh. I didn't mention anything about missing reporters or weird faces. We left after about half an hour. I felt relief once we were out of that narrow passage. I couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary in the new shots. At home, I placed the printed photo in a small folder and stored it in a drawer in my workspace. I stopped scanning it or showing it to anyone. Yet every time I saw that folder, my stomach knotted. Late at night, I sometimes heard faint noises at the window again. They never lasted more than a few seconds, and I always ended up blaming the wind or a tree branch. But I'd still get out of bed, walk over, and check. I never saw anything there. I decided to do some basic cleaning and maintenance on the vintage camera. I wiped off the dust and old residue. A small hatch in the camera's body was stuck, so I pried it open with a small screwdriver. Inside, I found a torn scrap of paper with a date, May 1977. No context, just the month and year. That matched the time Thomas Richards supposedly went missing. I felt a surge of unease. My hands shook a bit as I placed the piece of paper back where I found it. At that point, I knew I was too invested to walk away, but I also didn't want to spiral into obsession. I decided to store the camera in a box with the negative and the print. I locked it in a small cabinet in my office. I told myself that if I put these items out of sight, my mind might settle down. Over the next couple of weeks, I was able to focus on my regular work. The nightmares tapered off, but they didn't completely disappear. Sometimes I consider throwing out the photo or even burning it, but I can't bring myself to do it. Part of me still feels that it would be wrong to destroy evidence of something unusual. Another part of me doesn't want to stir up the dark feelings associated with it. Occasionally, I open the cabinet and glance at the camera case. I think about what happened to Thomas Richards. Did he stumble onto something he wasn't supposed to see? Did that final shot capture more than he realized? I've told only a few people in my life about the details. Most just nod politely or chuckle about ghost stories. One friend told me it's all in my head, that old film can produce strange results. Another said I might have discovered a genuine paranormal phenomenon. I stay neutral. I don't claim it's anything supernatural. All I know is that the photo exists, and it looks disturbing. The second face appears terrified, and the man in the middle has no recognizable features. That alone is enough to keep me uneasy. I still work as a photographer, but I don't show that print to clients or colleagues. It sits in a folder, locked away, along with the negative and the camera. I keep it all hidden because I don't want to relive those moments of fear. I also don't want to feed any more nightmares. I guess you could say I chose ignorance. I don't revisit that alley or try to dig deeper into the missing reporter's history. I'm fine leaving that mystery alone, yet I can't say I've moved on entirely. Sometimes late at night, I dream about that strange face again. I feel it's trying to tell me something. I still hear random knocking sounds at the window. Maybe it's just my anxious mind or random branches in the wind, but every time it happens, I get that same tightness in my chest, the same dryness in my mouth. I always go check, even if it's 2 a.m. I peer outside, see nothing, and go back to bed. And I think about the old camera, the alley, and the blurred face that's stuck in my memory. It doesn't seem to want to leave. I guess that's the part I can't fully explain. And that's all I know. That night took me by surprise. I was sitting on my bed, trying to unwind after a long workday at the high school. My name is Hope, and I teach history in Burlington, Vermont. At around 11:30, I looked through my bedroom window for a few minutes, hoping to see some clear night sky. The air felt cold, and everything outside seemed calm. The street was quiet, and no cars were passing by. I noticed a large shape in the sky. At first I thought it was a single dark cloud, but it stood out because the rest of the sky was mostly clear. I found it strange that one cloud remained overhead, while the stars were bright in other parts of the sky. I squinted and tried to focus. The cloud appeared to shift in shape, as if something inside was creating soft pulses of light. There was a dull glow. It didn't move fast or swirl like a normal storm cloud. It was moving slowly, drifting over the rooftops and heading in my general direction. I became curious, so I grabbed my small binoculars, which I keep near the window. I only use them for stargazing, so they aren't very powerful. When I trained them on the cloud, I saw spots of light deep inside. They flickered at uneven intervals, like small sparks. I felt my stomach tighten because I couldn't figure out what was causing that internal glow. I opened the window to get a clearer view. A breeze came in, and the air felt colder on my face. I heard a gentle buzzing sound. It wasn't loud, and it wasn't like the usual noises you hear in a residential area. It reminded me of an electronic hum, but it was softer and somehow more constant. I stood there, leaning on the windowsill. My heart started to pound. My instincts told me something was different about that cloud. It didn't look like a typical weather formation. I watched it hover over the houses for a while. At that point, it stopped drifting. It stayed in one place. It seemed to be directly above a few houses at the end of my street. I couldn't see those houses well because of the angle and some tall trees, but I knew roughly where it was. Through the binoculars, I tried to see if there was anything else inside that glow. I noticed faint shapes inside the cloud, but everything stayed blurry, like looking at something behind a thick fog. Suddenly, I had the impression of a figure at the top of the cloud. It looked vaguely humanoid. It appeared as a silhouette against the weaker lights inside. My pulse jumped. My mouth went dry. Then the shape dissolved, like it merged back into the gray mass. I couldn't make sense of it, but I felt an immediate spike of fear. I let the binoculars slip from my hands for a second and had to grab them again before they fell. I shook off my nerves and felt a strong urge to see this thing more clearly. I decided to go outside for a better look. I threw on a jacket and walked into my backyard. The grass felt damp under my shoes. The sky was darker there because I didn't have my porch light on, so I saw the cloud in sharper contrast against the rest of the sky. It pulsed in shades of gray and silver, sometimes fading out and then lighting up again. I stood there in the yard, craning my neck. The buzzing was a bit louder out here. It sounded like an electrical hum that rose and fell gently. I realized I might want some help or at least some second opinion. I thought of Mitch, my neighbor across the street. He has a strong interest in astronomy and owns a professional camera. I walked to his house and knocked on his door. He was still awake, fortunately. I told him there was something unusual in the sky. I tried to keep my voice steady because I didn't want to sound frantic. He raised an eyebrow and looked skeptical, but he grabbed his camera bag and followed me outside. We went back to my backyard. Mitch set up his camera on a tripod. He used a telephoto lens and tried different settings to get a clear shot of the cloud. I watched him work the focus ring. We both noticed the cloud had moved slightly again. It was still above the same general area, but it appeared to shift a little to one side. Mitch pressed the shutter. The camera clicked several times. He used different apertures and exposures. When he checked the pictures on the camera's display, they were blurry. There was a luminous smear in the frame, but there were no distinct details. He frowned and tried again with manual settings, adjusting the ISO and the focus. Each attempt showed the same smear. There was no clear edge or shape. I saw the frustration on his face. I also noticed how tense his jaw was. I could tell he sensed this wasn't a normal occurrence either. Then we heard a sudden noise from the cloud. It was a short, low-pitched hum that felt like it resonated in my chest. I had a brief flash of panic. I checked the sky. The cloud looked like it was getting brighter from the inside. The pulsing became quicker, and the buzzing got louder. I wanted to back away, but I also felt compelled to keep watching. My hands were sweaty, and my heart was racing. Mitch was adjusting his camera again, but I saw his hands trembling slightly. After a few seconds, the cloud accelerated. I saw it move sideways, away from the center of our neighborhood, until it passed beyond the line of trees at the edge of my vision. It vanished into the darkness. It didn't leave any visible trail. It just moved quickly, and then it was gone. The sky looked normal after that. The wind picked up a little, and I felt a slight chill. The buzzing stopped. It was so sudden that it felt like someone had switched off a machine. Mitch and I looked at each other. He spoke first. He asked if I was okay. I nodded, but I was breathing hard. We went inside my kitchen, and I poured us both some cold water. My hands were still unsteady, and I didn't trust myself to hold a mug of hot tea. We stood there for a minute, trying to process what we'd just seen. I asked Mitch if he'd ever seen anything like this before. He shook his head. He couldn't explain it. He told me the pictures were all useless, just a bright blur against a dark background. The next day, I brought it up casually with some colleagues at work. I didn't want to sound alarmist, so I mentioned a strange cloud with unusual lights. They mostly laughed it off. A few said it was probably just a weather balloon or some reflected lights from the city. Another teacher joked about swamp gas or some random illusions. I tried to explain the pulsing light and the weird buzzing, but they didn't take it seriously. One person said it might have been a test drone, though I didn't think it sounded like any drone I'd heard before. I went home that evening and thought about the event. I replayed the moment the cloud seemed to stop right above those rooftops. I remembered the flickers I saw inside it. I remembered the figure I thought I saw. I tried to tell myself it was a trick of the eye. My mind kept going back to the feeling I had when I stood under that hovering shape. I felt watched. I felt as if something was analyzing me from behind that layer of cloud. My heart pounded again just recalling it. Over the next few nights, I found myself checking the sky more often than usual. I would step out onto my back porch after dinner and stare at the horizon. My chest would tighten every time I saw a single cloud in the sky, even if it looked ordinary. If I heard a low hum in the distance, I would freeze for a second. Most of the time, it was just a neighbor's air conditioner or a car in the next street, but my nerves were on edge. Mitch didn't bring it up much, but he told me he tried to clean up the images on his computer. He adjusted brightness and contrast, tried to sharpen the blur, but there was no detail. It was just a blob of light. I asked if he'd posted anything online about it, but he said no. He was worried people would mock him. I decided not to share it on social media either, for the same reason. I didn't feel like dealing with jokes or accusations of faking something. That whole week, I slept uneasily. I dreamed of clouds with glowing centers floating over the city. In one dream, the cloud opened up and a person-shaped outline floated down, but I woke before anything else happened. My heart always raced after those dreams, and I had trouble going back to sleep. I tried reading or watching calm shows before bed, but my mind kept drifting back to that image. I also visited the area of town where I thought the cloud hovered above. It's only a short walk from my street. The houses looked normal. I didn't see any scorched patches or weird residue on the roofs. I was half expecting to find some sign, but there was nothing. One older resident was tending her garden, and we chatted for a minute about the weather. I didn't bring up the cloud. She mentioned she heard some strange hum the other night, but assumed it was a plane flying low. After that, I decided to keep my thoughts to myself, but I couldn't stop looking up every time the sky was clear. I spent more time in my backyard at night, scanning the sky with the binoculars. I never saw that same cloud again. I did see some normal fluffy clouds pass by, or some thin streaks of wispy ones, but none had that glow or that shape. Nothing made that same buzzing sound. Sometimes when I'm in bed, I hear the buzz in my head, like an echo of that night. It fades after a moment, and I realize it's just my memory playing tricks on me. Still, I feel a knot in my stomach each time. I can't explain what we saw. Mitch can't explain it either. We tried to consider every possibility. I even looked up unusual weather phenomena, but none of them matched. I told my story to a couple of friends who live outside Burlington. They raised their eyebrows and shrugged. They said maybe it was some weird atmospheric event or a slow-moving aircraft with bright lights. One friend asked if it could have been ball lightning. I researched that, and it didn't seem to fit. The humming and the internal pulsing light stayed on my mind. None of the known phenomena seemed right. I no longer expect anyone else to believe me if I bring it up. I can't prove it was anything more than a strange cloud. But I know what I saw. Mitch was there. We both saw it. We felt that unsettled sensation. The next morning we kept asking each other if we had missed some obvious explanation, but we came up with nothing. I still catch myself standing at the window late at night, scanning the sky, hoping or maybe fearing I'll see it again. I wonder what I'd do if it returned. Would I call Mitch right away? Would I try to film it on my phone? The experience left me cautious. I realize there might be things in the sky that don't fit what I consider normal. Even now, if I see a lone cloud at night, my heart beats a little faster. Most nights are quiet. The city sleeps. The stars don't always shine through the street lights, but on a clear night, I do my usual check with the binoculars. I always remember the pulsing glow I witnessed. I remember the low hum, the shifting shapes, and that momentary impression of a figure on top. I recall how it sped away without warning. I'm sharing this because I want to get it off my chest. I can't forget the strange feeling I had that night. It still makes me uneasy. Whether it was a freak weather event or something else, I can't say. I only know I saw a cloud that looked alive in some way. That's the truth. Now every time I look at the sky, I feel a small jolt of anxiety, as if I'm waiting for it to reappear, and I'm not sure how I'd react if it did. Going to be straightforward. I was driving along a desolate stretch of road in Arizona, aiming to reach Phoenix before sundown. I'd heard about Cactus Valley Road, and someone told me it would cut an hour off my trip. The first thing I noticed when I got on that road was the silence. There were no passing cars, no visible rest stops, and barely any signs of life. The air felt thick, like the desert heat was pressing down on everything. I had my windows rolled down for a while, but sand kept blowing in, so I closed them and turned on the air conditioning. After about 30 minutes, I realized I was running low on water. My throat was dry, my lips were cracked, and I felt a dull headache forming behind my eyes. That's when I noticed a small structure on the side of the road, something that looked like a house or cabin. I pulled over and checked my phone. No signal. I got out, and the heat hit me like a blast. My shirt clung to my back. I didn't see any other buildings around, just cacti and dust. The house stood alone, with peeling paint and a sagging porch. It didn't look inviting, but I told myself I might find a tap or maybe catch someone who lived there. I knocked on the door. I heard nothing but my own heartbeat. When I tried the door, it creaked open without resistance. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" My voice echoed. I smelled stale air and dust, and I felt a slight chill despite the desert heat outside. I took a few steps inside. The floorboards were coated with a thin layer of sand and grit, and every footstep made a scraping noise. I saw old furniture draped with sheets, probably to keep the dust off, but the sheets themselves were yellowed and torn. I glanced around and noticed a narrow corridor that led deeper into the house. The walls displayed black and white family photos in wooden frames. I moved closer, wanting to see if they offered any clue about who lived here. I saw a man, a woman, and 2 children, all smiling at the camera. But in each photo, there was someone else standing slightly off to the side, and that figure was blurry. It was impossible to make out any features. I felt my stomach tighten. It looked like the camera had never focused on that person correctly, like they were always in motion. I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling uneasy. As I stood there, I heard a soft whistling sound coming from somewhere down the corridor. It was faint, but I swear it was there. My heart thumped louder. The house was dark. The windows were caked with dust. I called out again. "Hello? I just need some water." No reply. I realized how stupid I felt, walking into this place alone. But my thirst was bad, and I hoped maybe there was a kitchen with a working faucet. I followed the whistling sound, stepping carefully. The floor creaked under me. A board near my foot splintered slightly, and I lurched forward but kept my balance. I reached a small living area. The windows were boarded up from the inside with rough planks nailed across. It was dim and smelled like dry rot. I flicked on the flashlight app on my phone, even though the battery was low. That's when the whistling stopped. Everything went silent. My pulse pounded in my ears. I saw a table covered in dust near the corner, and on it sat a metal canteen. It looked old, with rust around the edges. I stepped toward it, thinking maybe there was still water in there. As I reached out to pick it up, I heard footsteps behind me. Clear, slow footsteps, like boots on wood. I spun around. The room was empty. My heart hammered. I checked the floor. The dust was thick, and I saw fresh footprints, definitely not mine. They led from one corner of the room toward where I stood, then vanished. I swallowed hard. My legs felt shaky. I decided then and there I needed to get out. I still grabbed the canteen, hoping to find some water inside once I got back to my car. My mouth was so dry it hurt. I started heading back the way I came. The corridor felt longer. My phone's flashlight flickered, and I cursed under my breath. When I got near the front door, something blocked my path for a split second, like a shadow crossing in front of me. I stopped short, heart thumping, and aimed the phone's light ahead. There was nothing there. I felt a cold wave run through my body, a chill on my arms. The shadow seemed to have shape, but it vanished too quickly for me to see any details. My hands were sweating, and my breathing was fast. I forced myself to continue. I swung the door open and stepped outside, suddenly aware of how bright and hot it was again. I got into my car, slammed the door, and locked it. My fingers fumbled as I turned the key. The engine roared to life, and I pressed the accelerator too hard, causing the car to jolt forward. I pulled onto the road and didn't look back. My chest felt tight. My mind kept replaying those footprints and that shadow. After driving maybe 10 more miles, I saw a gas station or convenience store. It felt like returning to normal reality. I parked, sat for a moment with the engine off, and tried to steady my breathing. Inside the store, I immediately grabbed some water bottles and drank half of one right there at the checkout counter. The clerk gave me a strange look, and I realized how anxious I must have seemed. I asked if he knew anything about a house down Cactus Valley Road. His expression changed. He told me that place had been abandoned for decades. A family disappeared there in the 1940s, rumored to have just vanished. No bodies, no trace, nothing. I asked him if anyone ever goes there. He shrugged, said sometimes curiosity seekers do, but most folks avoid it. Something about his tone made me even more uneasy. That night, I stayed at a roadside motel. I locked the door and double-checked the windows. My body felt exhausted, but I couldn't stop thinking about that place. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was dehydrated. Maybe I imagined the footsteps. But I knew I hadn't. My phone's battery had died, so I couldn't even distract myself with videos or calls. I just lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling like something was off. I kept remembering that shadow and those blurred figures in the photographs. In the morning, I woke up feeling a little clearer. I loaded my stuff in the car and set off again. I told myself it was just a weird experience, but part of me felt pulled to talk to someone else about it. After a short drive, I found a diner and got coffee. While I was drinking, I struck up a conversation with an older man sitting by himself. He looked like he knew the area well. I asked him about the house, too. He nodded, said he had heard stories about it for years, about lights turning on at night, about strange whistles heard by passing drivers. He said some folks claimed the family was cursed, others said they were kidnapped by outlaws back then, but no one really knew. I continued on my trip, feeling uneasy every time I thought about that corridor or the boarded-up windows. I found myself checking the rearview mirror more than usual, half expecting to see a figure in the back seat. Nothing was there, but my nerves were shot. Eventually, I reached Phoenix and tried to go about my business. But whenever someone asked how my drive was, I hesitated. I'd say it was fine, or that I got lost. I didn't want to recount the whole thing. It felt too strange, and I wasn't sure anyone would believe me. Over the next few days, I tried to forget what happened. Sometimes, though, I dreamed about that empty house. In those dreams, I'd be standing in the living room, dust swirling in beams of sunlight. I'd hear that whistle, and I'd see footprints forming in the dust as though an invisible person walked right past me. I'd wake up sweaty, my heart beating fast. I decided I never wanted to go back to that road again. One of the nightmares included the family from the photos, all standing in the corridor, their faces frozen. The blurred figure was behind them, and I couldn't see its face. In that dream, it reached out for me, and I'd jolt awake, gasping for air. A couple of weeks later, I had another job that required me to travel near that area. I chose a completely different route, one that took me an extra 2 hours. I thought it was worth it. I didn't want to risk seeing that house or even passing by. Whenever I considered taking the shorter route, I remembered stepping inside that dusty living room, hearing those steps behind me, seeing that shadow. My hands would start shaking at the thought. I've never felt anything like that before. It wasn't just fear. It was a sense that something there was waiting. That's the best word I can think of. It felt like that place was waiting for people to enter, to walk around its empty rooms, to see those old photos. About a month after the incident, I ended up telling the story to a friend who loves ghost tales. She listened closely and asked a million questions about the smell, the temperature, the pictures, and the canteen I picked up. I showed her that canteen, which I'd left in the trunk of my car. It was empty, but it had some stains inside. She insisted it was just rust or desert residue. She joked that I could sell it online as a haunted artifact. I didn't find that funny. Just holding it made me remember the footsteps. I eventually tossed it in a dumpster behind a grocery store. I never wanted to see it again. I sometimes wonder if the house is still there, or if it got demolished. I haven't looked it up. Part of me thinks it might be best left alone. The memories are enough. When the local man told me about the disappearance of that family, I felt a chill run through me again. The idea that an entire family could just vanish made me think about the dusty furniture, the old photos, and the unanswered questions. I try not to think about it often, but sometimes it comes back in flashes, especially if I'm driving alone at dusk or if I pass an abandoned building. My mouth goes dry, and I remember how thirsty I was that day, how desperate I felt for a sip of water, and how that desperation led me inside. I realize now that I took a big risk. Nobody knew exactly where I was. If something had happened to me in that house, who would have found me? That thought still makes my stomach twist. I haven't told my family the details. They just know I had a weird experience on a desert road. They'd probably beg me never to travel alone like that again. I can't blame them. Even normal roads can hold hidden dangers. But that place felt like more than just a physical threat. Something was off there, something I can't explain. That's as close to describing it as I can get. I never saw an actual apparition. I never saw a face, but I heard footsteps, and I saw footprints in the dust, fresh and clear. I can't deny that, and I can't deny that moment when the shadow seemed to block my exit. It was there, and then it wasn't. I know how crazy it might sound, but I was there. I remember my pounding heart, my sweaty palms, the dryness in my throat, and the relief I felt when my car finally left that property behind. Since then, I've driven a lot of miles in different states, but I always check my routes carefully. If I see mention of Cactus Valley Road, I pick another way. Some shortcuts aren't worth the risk. I don't know what remains in that house, but I have a feeling it doesn't want visitors. I might have escaped with a weird story, but maybe others weren't so lucky. That's why I share this account. I want people to know there's an old house out there, past the giant cacti, on a lonely stretch of asphalt, where silence hangs heavy. And if you ever find yourself there, you might hear a faint whistle inside, or see footprints appearing in the dust right behind you. I arrived in Charleston, West Virginia, on a Friday evening, tired from a long drive. I had a gig the next day at a local venue, so I needed a place to stay. I'd booked a room at the Hotel Greenbrier because it was near the venue, and the photos looked decent. When I walked in, the lobby looked old-fashioned, with polished wood floors and antique furniture. The receptionist greeted me with a polite smile and handed me the key for room 41. He mentioned it was one of the oldest parts of the hotel and said I could call the front desk if I had any issues. I took the elevator to the second floor and found my room at the end of a quiet hallway. The door squeaked when I opened it, like it hadn't been used in a while. Inside, everything looked standard: a large bed, a small dresser, and a window facing the street. The walls were painted a light cream color, and the furniture seemed a bit outdated, but it was clean enough. I noticed a slight musty smell, like the room hadn't been aired out. I told myself it was an old building and that I should just deal with it. I placed my guitar case in the corner and dropped my luggage near the bed. I went out for dinner, walked around the block, and eventually returned to the hotel around 10 o'clock. The hallway was empty. The only sound I heard was my own footsteps on the carpet. Once I entered the room, I locked the door and switched off the main light. A single lamp near the bed gave off a dim glow. I undressed, brushed my teeth, and lay down, checking my phone to set an alarm. After a few minutes, my eyes started to feel heavy, and I drifted off. Somewhere around midnight, I woke up to a faint noise. At first, I thought it was someone in the next room. Then I realized it sounded more like metal chains dragging across the floor. It wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to send a prickle of unease down my arms. I slid out of bed, rubbed my eyes, and walked to the door. I pressed my ear against it, but the noise stopped. I decided to check through the peephole, so I flicked on the light by the door and peered out. The hallway was dark except for a single fixture at the far end. No one was there. I went back to bed, trying to convince myself it was just the pipes or something mechanical in the old building. As I settled under the sheets, I heard a soft murmuring sound coming from the wall near the headboard. It resembled two people talking in hushed voices, but I couldn't make out any words. I tried placing my ear against the wall. The moment I did, the sound stopped completely. My pulse was speeding up, and my skin felt clammy, but I was tired. I turned off the lamp and tried to relax. I must have dozed for another hour or so. Then a sudden thump came from the bathroom, like someone had dropped something heavy. My heart jumped, and I sat up, wide awake now. The room felt colder than before. I reached over, switched on the lamp again, and forced myself to check. I pushed the bathroom door open, flicked on the light, and scanned the area. The sink was dry, the towels were undisturbed, and the shower curtain was pulled to one side. Nothing seemed out of place. But then I noticed the mirror was fogged up, as if someone had been showering in there. I could see a faint shape drawn in the condensation, something that resembled a twisted cross. I felt a tightness in my chest. My mouth went dry. I wiped the mirror with a hand towel, and the symbol disappeared under the cloth. The mirror cleared, but I was shaking, struggling to think of a logical explanation for why the glass was foggy. The entire bathroom felt cold, not steamy. I hurried back to my bed and sat down, staring at the door. I wanted to call the front desk, but it was past 1 a.m, and I felt embarrassed. What was I going to say? That I heard chains and found a weird, foggy mirror? Eventually, I crawled back under the blankets and left the lamp on. My heartbeat slowly settled, and I fell asleep around 3 a.m. When morning came, I threw on some clothes and went downstairs for breakfast. While I waited for coffee, I noticed a housekeeper cleaning near the lobby. I took my cup of coffee over to her and casually asked if she knew anything about room 41. Her expression changed. She looked around like she didn't want anyone to hear. Then she quietly told me there were stories about something bad that happened in that room a long time ago, involving a guest who harmed another person. She said some people claimed to hear noises at night. The management preferred not to talk about it. The rest of the day, I tried to focus on my rehearsal and sound check. I was supposed to perform at a small jazz lounge a few blocks away. My mind kept wandering to the previous night's events. By the time my show ended, I felt drained, but I had no choice but to return to that same room. I climbed the stairs this time, wanting to avoid the cramped elevator. The hallway felt empty again, and the lights seemed dimmer. I hurried to my door, unlocked it, and stepped inside. This time, I decided to leave the bathroom light on, just so the place didn't feel completely dark. I pulled off my shoes, set my guitar case by the dresser, and changed clothes. The bed looked inviting, but my nerves were on edge. I sat on top of the covers, scanning the corners of the room. I turned on the TV for background noise, hoping it would drown out any strange sounds. For an hour, nothing happened. I started to think maybe I would get some rest. Then, faintly, the chain-like noise started again, this time from somewhere above me. It sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the floor. My shoulders tensed, and my breathing grew shallow. I turned up the volume on the TV, but the noise continued underneath the voices of the show I had on. My thoughts started racing. I pictured an empty hallway with a figure dragging chains. I felt my stomach churn, and I got up to check the corridor again. When I opened the door, the hall was quiet. No movement, no lights flickering, nothing. I retreated into the room, feeling unsettled. Later that night, I heard the whispering again, as though it came through the walls. I grabbed my phone and put on headphones, trying to block it out with music. My heart was pounding, and I could feel the tension in my neck. I didn't want to keep investigating. Every time I checked, it stopped, leaving me feeling foolish. So I lay there, wide awake, with music playing in my ears until dawn started to break. Around 6 in the morning, I packed up my things and went downstairs to check out. At the front desk, the same receptionist from my first night asked if everything was fine. I could have mentioned the noises and the fogged mirror, but I held back. I just said I was leaving a day early. He gave me a knowing look, like he understood. He didn't charge me an extra cancellation fee. I stepped outside into the chilly morning air, feeling a sense of relief that I was out of that room. I found my car and loaded my luggage in the trunk. My hands were shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. I drove away from the Hotel Greenbrier with a strange sense of urgency. Every mile that passed, I felt a bit calmer, though my mind kept replaying those nighttime sounds and the sight of that weird symbol on the mirror. I kept thinking about the housekeeping staff's remarks. If something violent had happened in that room, maybe the atmosphere still carried that energy. I wasn't sure how I felt about that idea, but it stuck with me. When I reached the outskirts of Charleston, I pulled over at a rest stop for a break. I bought a soda and sat on a bench, trying to process everything. My shoulders were stiff, and my stomach felt unsettled. I kept replaying the chain sounds in my mind. I knew it wasn't a trick of my imagination. The volume, the clarity, they were real. The whispering, the thumps, and that foggy mirror all seemed connected. The memory made my pulse race again, and I decided I wanted to put the entire experience behind me. In the following months, I traveled to different cities for other gigs. Each time, I felt a pang of anxiety if my hotel room number started with a 4. It was irrational, but I couldn't help it. I'd stand outside the door, key card in hand, bracing myself for something to go wrong. Usually, nothing odd happened, but that tension lingered in my chest. I'd think back to that corridor in the Hotel Greenbrier and how I'd wake up to those dragging sounds. Sometimes I'd shudder just recalling it. Friends would ask me why I avoided certain room numbers, and I'd give vague answers about superstitions or preferences. I didn't want to detail the entire story. Even now, if I see an old colonial-style building, I remember that musty odor and the faint chill in room 41. I remember the feeling of stepping into the bathroom, seeing the mirror fogged up when there hadn't been any hot water running. I recall the symbol that looked like a crooked cross or some strange mark pressed into the condensation. I can still feel the tension in my muscles from standing there, wishing I could find a logical explanation. I haven't returned to the Hotel Greenbrier. I have no desire to spend another night in that place. If I ever have another show in Charleston, I'll find a different spot to stay, or maybe I'll drive to the next town and commute back. It's not worth the anxiety. My nights there were some of the most unsettling I've ever experienced, and I'm not the type who likes ghost stories. I'm a practical person, but I can't deny what I heard and saw. That's why I continue to double-check every new room, especially if it's on the 4th floor or in the 40s. I don't want a repeat of that restless sleep, those strange noises, or that sudden drop in temperature that made my skin crawl. I've told only a few close friends about room 41. Most of them seem skeptical, or they joke about it. But one friend, who had a weird encounter in another old hotel, believes me. She says these places sometimes carry the echoes of past events, and that maybe we pick up on that energy when we're alone at night. I don't know if that's true. I only know that I heard chains, I heard whispers, and I saw that symbol in the foggy mirror. I felt the floor vibrate with a heavy thump. That's enough for me to avoid the place in the future. I just hope no one else has to spend a sleepless night in that room with those sounds echoing through the dark. I first stepped into McNeil's pawn shop on Pine Street because my rent was due and I had no better options. I'd heard almost nothing about this shop, just that it existed and stayed open odd hours. The exterior was easy to miss, with a worn sign above the door and old-fashioned lettering on the window. I pushed the door open and heard a small bell jingle. It sounded louder than I expected, as if the walls somehow amplified every noise. Inside, the place felt cramped. Piles of items stacked almost to the ceiling. Old radios, chipped vases, wooden boxes, mismatched silverware, and other things I couldn't identify right away. The air smelled dusty, like the inside of an attic that hadn't been opened in years. My chest felt tight, but I told myself it was just my anxiety about needing money. The overhead light was dim and flickered from time to time, which made the shadows in the corners look like they were moving. I approached the counter, where an older man stood. He introduced himself as Mr. McNeil. His voice was quiet, and his eyes seemed to study me for a moment before he spoke again. I nodded in return and set a small bag on the counter. Inside were a few trinkets my grandparents had left me, some costume jewelry and a worn pocket watch that might have some value. I didn't want to sell them, but I had bills to pay. Mr. McNeil reached into the bag without hesitation. He lifted each piece with care, turning them in his hands as though he could read their stories just by touching them. As he examined my items, I let my gaze wander around the shop. In a corner shelf, I noticed an odd mirror with a frame that looked like bones. Near it was a clock that wasn't ticking in any normal pattern. Its hands jumped around the dial, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, as if it had a mind of its own. Next to the clock stood a small, ornate box with swirling metal designs. This box drew my attention more than anything else, probably because of the detailed carvings. I stepped closer to see it better. It was covered in filigree and had a tiny keyhole on the side. Without thinking much, I turned the small crank that stuck out. The box started to emit a screechy sound, more like a squeal of metal than a melody. Then that noise shifted into a strange tune, dissonant and uneven. It sounded like someone struggling to play an old music box from memory, missing half the notes. It made my stomach feel tense, like I'd swallowed something cold. Mr. McNeil glanced over at me. He warned me that the box wasn't for sale, telling me it was part of a special lot. I didn't understand what that meant, but I suddenly felt a chill sweep over my arms. I stopped the mechanism and moved away. My pulse thumped harder than before, and I caught myself rubbing my hands on my jeans as if trying to remove a layer of grime. While Mr. McNeil continued examining my items, I waited, trying not to stare too hard at anything else. But my eyes kept drifting to that shelf. I noticed the mirror again. The bone-like frame made me uneasy. I thought I saw a slight reflection of something behind me, so I turned around. I didn't see any person there. Instead, there was an old mannequin propped against the wall. Its face was chipped, and one glass eye was missing. It looked stuck in a half-turn, like it had been positioned that way. Mr. McNeil cleared his throat, drawing my attention back. He wanted to know more about the jewelry. I told him it was my grandmother's, that I wasn't sure of the metal content, and that I just needed to see if he'd buy them. He nodded but didn't offer a price yet. He picked up the pocket watch next, flipping it open and closing it with a snap. He didn't say much, just made a small note in a battered ledger on the counter. Then, out of nowhere, that music box started playing again. I hadn't touched it, and the crank wasn't moving, but the melody, if I can call it that, echoed through the shop. The tune was louder this time, or maybe my nerves made it feel that way. The air in the shop seemed thicker, almost like the temperature rose by a few degrees. My heart thumped, and I couldn't shake the feeling something was watching me. I caught a glimpse of Mr. McNeil's expression. He looked uneasy. He told me maybe now wasn't the best time for a transaction. He suggested I come back later, or maybe try a different day. I wanted to press him for details, but I felt an urge to leave. My legs felt shaky, and I could feel a tightness in my chest, like I needed fresh air. I asked him if I could just get an estimate right now. He shook his head slowly, saying that things weren't calm today. He didn't explain, but I didn't need more convincing. Something in his tone told me I should go. So I shoved my items back into my bag, deciding I would visit another pawn shop or figure out money some other way. As I turned to leave, I saw movement behind the counter. I stared for a split second. At first, I thought it was a cat or a large rat scuttling by, but the shape looked too large and vaguely human. Then it vanished into the shadows. My skin tingled from head to toe, and my gut tightened. I hurried toward the door, not caring that the bell jingled again when I pushed it open with force. Outside, the air felt chilly. The sun was still up, but clouds covered most of the sky. I glanced at the window of the shop. The reflection of the street behind me made it hard to see inside, and I didn't want to get closer to look. My heart was pounding, and I felt sweat on the back of my neck. Then I realized the tune from the music box was still in my mind. It repeated over and over, echoing like a stuck record. I tried humming another song to replace it, but that didn't help. I walked a few blocks away before stopping to catch my breath. I felt embarrassed about how rattled I was. It was just a pawn shop with some creepy old items, right? But I couldn't dismiss the feeling that something was off. I realized I didn't even check how Mr. McNeil would contact me or if I should come back. I told myself I'd never return. I'd find a different shop, a standard place with bright lights and normal inventory. That night, as I lay in bed, the memory of that tune wouldn't let me sleep. My mind replayed the box's jagged notes, and every time I tried to think of something pleasant, the sound intruded. At some point, I drifted off. Then I had the first nightmare. In it, I stood in Mr. McNeil's shop, but it was dark, and I couldn't see the walls. I only saw the shelf with the music box. The crank was turning on its own, spinning slowly. The lid lifted, and I saw what looked like small metal figures inside, twisting and jerking to the dissonant tune. I tried to back away, but my feet felt glued to the floor. The sense of heaviness in my chest returned, stronger than before. When I woke up, I was breathing hard, and sweat drenched my sheets. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the memory of that place. At odd moments, I thought I saw shapes out of the corner of my eye, like the shadow I'd glimpsed behind the counter. A few times, I heard that screechy melody in my head so vividly that I had to cover my ears. Then it would vanish. My appetite dwindled, and I felt restless. I tried telling a friend about the experience, but I only gave a watered-down version, blaming stress for my reaction. A week later, I found myself walking near Pine Street. I looked down at the sidewalk to avoid seeing the pawn shop. Even so, I noticed that the lights inside were off, or at least dim. The place looked almost abandoned. I quickened my pace, not wanting to linger. That afternoon, I forced myself to visit a more standard pawn shop across town, where I sold my grandmother's jewelry and the watch for a fraction of what I hoped. But at least the store felt normal. Bright lights, polite staff, no strange items moving on their own. Even after I solved my immediate money problem, I kept dreaming about that music box. Each dream felt more intense. Sometimes I imagined the box was open on my dresser, playing that same jarring tune. Other times, I saw the mannequin from McNeil's store walking around in the background of the dream, just out of sight. I'd wake up with my heart pounding, my chest hurting as though I'd been holding my breath. My shoulders stayed tense during the day, and I started getting headaches. I finally tried to research the store, looking for any mention on local forums or in newspaper archives. There wasn't much. An old listing mentioned a pawn business on Pine Street, run by a McNeil family many decades ago, but I couldn't find recent reviews or any official website. It was like the place fell through the cracks of modern records. I considered calling some local historical society or something, but I doubted they'd have anything useful. I felt silly, chasing a rumor. One night, I heard a faint tinkling sound outside my apartment window. It was late, and the street was quiet. My entire body went rigid. I got up, went to the window, and peered out. I didn't see anyone there, but I was sure I heard that same twisted melody from the pawn shop, as if it was drifting on the wind. After a minute of silent waiting, I closed the curtains and went back to bed, leaving the lamp on. I didn't sleep well. Eventually, I stopped walking anywhere near Pine Street. I found other routes to run errands. If my friends asked why, I'd make up excuses about traffic or convenience. But I just didn't want to see that grimy storefront again. I was afraid I'd hear that music or catch sight of that strange shadow. It felt irrational, but I couldn't shake it. Sometimes my hands still trembled when I recalled the moment that box started playing on its own. At one point, I considered telling the police something weird was happening, but what would I say? A music box played by itself, and I saw a shadow behind the counter? They would laugh or shrug me off. Also, Mr. McNeil hadn't threatened me. He just seemed alarmed by his own merchandise. I had no proof of anything supernatural, just my own unsettling experiences. Over time, the nightmares became less frequent. The memory of that dissonant melody grew fuzzy, though it still made me uneasy. I started to function more normally, paying bills and working extra shifts to stay afloat. Still, every so often, I'd catch myself humming a broken tune, something that resembled that box's melody. My stomach would twist the moment I recognized it, and I'd stop. It's been months now. I still think about that day when I walked through downtown Boise. I wonder if the shop is still there, if Mr. McNeil is still behind that counter, watching customers with his quiet stare. Sometimes I imagine another desperate person stepping inside, seeing the same shelf with that twisted clock, the bone-framed mirror, and that cursed music box. I feel a pang of guilt for not warning people, but I also doubt anyone would believe me. I haven't spoken to Mr. McNeil since that day. I have no reason to. My money crisis is under control for now, and I don't want to invite more nightmares. I pass Pine Street a few blocks away sometimes, but I make sure to keep my eyes straight ahead. I don't need to see the dark window or sense that thick atmosphere again. I'd rather pretend the place doesn't exist. Yet late at night, I still think I can hear that jarring melody playing in my mind, and I fight the urge to check if my door is locked. I always do it, though. I make sure every lock and latch is secure, because something about that shop feels like it could reach out past its threshold and drag you back inside. I'm not going to let it. Not ever. I first heard about the old Starry Screen Theater from a co-worker who used to live in Louisville. He mentioned it during lunch, saying the building was scheduled for demolition and that some people had seen lights inside at night. He called it a rumor, but I felt a spark of curiosity. I had a free weekend, so I decided to drive out and see it for myself. I had no real plan beyond exploring. I only brought a flashlight, a small toolkit, and my phone. I thought I might snap a few photos before the place got torn down. I had no intention of staying long. When I arrived, the sky was overcast. The building looked neglected from the outside. The doors were boarded up, and the front sign had fallen to the pavement years ago. Broken letters scattered around the entrance. There was a chain-link fence around the property, but someone had cut a section near the side, leaving enough space for one person to slip through. The ground was muddy, and my shoes sank an inch or two each time I stepped. I kept my flashlight off at first because there was still enough light from the evening sky, but I felt uneasy. I expected graffiti and junk everywhere, but there was hardly any. The building just stood there, silent, as if nobody had bothered exploring it in a long time. I found a small side door that was partially open. The hinges were rusted, and the door creaked when I pulled on it. Inside, the air smelled like stale dust and mildew. My nose wrinkled, and I coughed a little. I flipped on my flashlight, shining it around the narrow hallway. Torn movie posters clung to the walls. I saw one advertising a film from the late 1960s. Most of the text had faded, but I could still make out a few actor names. My shoes left footprints on the dusty floor, and I noticed that there were older footprints too. That detail made my stomach tighten a bit because it suggested other people had been inside. I paused and listened. I heard nothing. My pulse felt heavy, but I kept moving. When I reached the main lobby, I paused. My flashlight revealed a wide space with a broken concession stand and a ticket booth. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust. I saw a few scattered popcorn containers, or what was left of them, and some crumpled film reels stacked on a collapsed table. I felt a slight chill, even though the day had been warm. I rubbed my arm and inhaled carefully, trying not to breathe in too many particles. I walked toward a doorway labeled Auditorium. It had a shredded curtain hanging off to one side. My flashlight beam shook a bit in my hand because I was gripping it too hard. Inside the auditorium, darkness surrounded me. My flashlight's beam cut through the air, revealing row after row of seats. Many of them were torn or covered in debris. Pieces of the ceiling had fallen in some spots, leaving chunks of plaster on the floor. As I walked down the center aisle, I noticed something odd. Certain seats looked clean, as if someone had wiped them. That detail bothered me right away. I didn't see footprints leading to them, and I didn't see any sign of fresh activity besides the seat surfaces, which had no dust. It made me swallow hard. I took a few steps closer, shining the light on the seat cushions. They didn't have tears or rips. They looked used, but not damaged. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. I told myself it was probably a trick of the light or some weird effect of the dust, but that didn't calm me. I kept the light pointed at those seats while I moved toward the screen area. My footsteps made a soft echo on the old carpet. Suddenly, a faint flicker caught my eye. It looked like a dying bulb or a quick spark from the projector booth above. I aimed my flashlight up there, but I saw no movement. I told myself that old wiring might still be reacting to something. Maybe it was just a reflection off some metal. Then, I heard a soft clicking sound, like film running through a reel. My chest tightened, and I felt a pulse in my ears. I had never felt such an immediate sense of tension. I flicked off my flashlight for a second and stood perfectly still. The darkness pressed in on me. My breathing sounded too loud, and my muscles felt tense. The clicking stopped after a few seconds. I decided to head up to the projection room. The stairwell smelled musty, and the railing felt sticky. My hand shook as I held it. At the top, I opened a door that led into the projection booth. The equipment was old and rusted, with the film reels scattered around in no apparent order. Cobwebs hung in the corners, and there was a foul odor in there. I saw a single reel that looked intact. It was resting on a dusty shelf, labeled with a blurred title. I set my flashlight on a nearby table, aiming it at the reel so I could see. I lifted the reel gently, and as I did, I heard a harsh noise from the corner of the room, like tape unraveling on its own. I froze, holding the reel close to my chest. I listened, but the noise faded. I glanced over at the corner and saw a spool of old film rolling a few inches across the floor, then stopping. I was breathing fast at that point, and I could feel my forehead getting damp. I decided to leave the booth. I went back to the auditorium, planning to return the reel or just leave it. But my curiosity got the better of me, and I wondered if I could see what was on it. I looked around the stage area and found an old portable projector. It was missing several parts, but I recognized a mechanism that might still spin. I set the reel carefully, hoping the tape wouldn't rip. I found a power outlet that was partly broken, but it seemed to have some juice. Maybe the building still had partial electricity for reasons unknown. When I flipped the switch, the projector started humming, and the film began to move. A faint image appeared on the torn screen. At first, I saw silhouettes of people sitting in this same theater. The footage looked grainy, like it was from a different era. It showed the rows of seats, but the faces of the people were warped. It was like they were screaming, but there was no sound. My hands felt clammy on the projector. I noticed the room had become colder, and I thought I could see my breath. I watched for a moment longer, and then I saw something that made my stomach drop. I thought I caught a glimpse of my own face among the distorted expressions. It wasn't a reflection, because there was no mirror. It was a figure that looked like me, sitting in one of the seats, wearing similar clothes to what I had on. My breathing got harder, and my legs felt shaky. Then the screen flickered, and the projector stuttered. The film image disappeared, leaving only a blank wash of light against the torn screen. I felt a sudden gust of air, like a draft, and my flashlight rolled off the table. I scrambled to pick it up, nearly dropping the film reel. When I aimed the flashlight back at the seats, I saw faint outlines, like shadows sitting there. My heart pounded so hard that it hurt my chest. I blinked several times. The shadows vanished, but I sensed movement behind me. The hair on my neck stood up. I turned quickly, shining the flashlight around. Nothing, no sign of anyone. I decided I was done. I left the reel on the projector and tried to head straight for the exit. But my path took me past the first few rows of seats, and I saw more of those shapes, or outlines of people. It felt like a blur, but I remember that they seemed to look at me, even though I couldn't see eyes or features. My throat felt tight, and I couldn't swallow properly. Every step I took felt heavy. My mind was racing, but I forced my legs to move. Each seat I passed seemed to shift or creak, as if something had been sitting there. I thought I heard soft rustling of clothes or distant breathing, but I couldn't be sure. The hallway leading out was dim, and my flashlight battery started flickering. I gripped it, praying it wouldn't die on me. I felt like something was following me. When I reached the lobby, I turned back for a split second and saw a quick flash of movement in the far corner of the corridor. It looked like a silhouette leaning forward, then pulling back out of sight. I didn't investigate. I pushed open the side door, letting in the evening light. I stumbled outside, gasping for air. My heart was hammering and my hands shook. I made my way around the chain-link fence and hurried to my car. I almost dropped my keys trying to unlock the door. Once I was inside, I locked everything and just sat there for a minute, trying to slow my breathing. My skin felt cold and damp, and I noticed that my back was soaked with sweat. The interior of my car felt almost safe by comparison. I started the engine, checked my mirrors, and drove away as fast as I could manage without skidding on the muddy ground. My stomach churned the entire drive home. I didn't realize until later that I left the film reel behind. Part of me was relieved I didn't take it. Now, whenever I have to pass near that area, I feel my pulse speed up. I don't even glance in the direction of the old starry screen. The building might still be there, rotting away until the demolition crew arrives. I picture the dusty auditorium, the unexplainably clean seats, and the flickering images of silent faces. I remember how the cold air felt on my skin and how I thought I saw myself among those warped figures on the screen. I keep telling myself that I imagined it all, that my mind tricked me in the darkness. But I can't get rid of the memory. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see that blank white screen and recall the rush of cold air on my neck. I remember those silhouettes appearing for a second, as though they were waiting for someone. I've decided it's best to leave that building alone. I won't go back. I don't want to know what might still be lurking in that old theater. If they tear it down, I hope they do it quickly. I don't want to risk seeing that flicker of light inside again. And I don't need another look at those distorted, silent faces. I arrived in Bar Harbor on a warm Friday afternoon. My plan was to take a short vacation before the new school term began. I had never been to Maine before, and I was excited to see the rocky coastline and enjoy the fresh air. Soon after checking into a small inn on the outskirts of town, I overheard two locals at a nearby table discussing a place they called the Dark House. They said it was near the shore and had a bad reputation because of strange lights that appeared late at night. My curiosity got the best of me. I listened to their hushed conversation, and they mentioned that nobody lived there anymore, yet people often saw a faint glow in the upstairs windows. That was the first time I felt a spark of unease. Part of me wanted to ignore the rumors, but I couldn't resist a mystery. That evening, I drove along the narrow coastal road until I reached a small, unpaved lane. The sunset lit the horizon, and I noticed thick clusters of trees surrounding an old property. At the end of a rutted path stood a large, two-story house with peeling paint. From the driver's seat, I observed its silhouette against the darkening sky. Its windows were all unlit, and the front porch looked like it might collapse at any moment. My pulse quickened as I recalled the stories about odd lights in the upstairs windows. I decided to park at a safe distance, so I pulled over behind a group of bushes. I switched off my engine. The sudden silence felt unsettling. Only the distant sound of waves hitting the rocks reached me. I sat there for a few minutes, keeping my headlights off. At first, nothing happened. The house was dark and still. Then I saw a tiny glow flicker in one of the second-floor windows. I leaned forward, trying to confirm that I wasn't imagining it. The light flickered again, like a weak flashlight beam, moving back and forth. My chest tightened. I felt a chill ripple across my arms. I told myself it might be a trick of the moonlight or a reflection, but I couldn't shake the sense that someone was inside. I decided to step out and have a closer look. My heart pounded as soon as my feet touched the gravel. The air was colder than I expected, considering it was summertime. The path to the front porch was overgrown with weeds. I walked slowly, holding my phone in one hand. The light in the second-floor window seemed to dim, then vanished. My fingers felt clammy around my phone, and I had to remind myself to keep breathing calmly. When I finally reached the porch, I pressed my hand against the front door. It creaked open without resistance. The door wasn't locked. I paused in the doorway, shining my phone's light inside. The hallway was cluttered with dust-covered furniture. There were several paintings on the walls, each showing grim-looking individuals dressed in early 1900s clothing. Their eyes appeared to follow me as I moved. The smell of mold and old wood was overwhelming. A stale draft circulated through the corridor, and it made me shiver. The atmosphere felt stagnant, almost as if the place had been sealed for a long time. I took a few steps forward, testing the floorboards. Some of them groaned so loudly that I worried they might give way under my weight. I moved the beam of my phone across the walls and ceiling. There were patches of damp spots, and spider webs hung in the corners. I resisted the urge to call out in case someone was there. Instead, I kept quiet. My heart was hammering in my chest, and my mouth felt dry. Each step made the floor creak beneath my shoes. I tried to maintain a steady pace, but my eyes darted around, expecting movement in the shadows. The corridor led me to a living room with a worn-out couch and a dusty fireplace. The odor of mildew was stronger there. I saw footprints in the thick layer of dust, proving someone had walked that way not long ago. I kneeled down and compared the footprints to my own shoe. They were smaller, perhaps from a woman or a teenager. I heard a muffled sound above me. It resembled crying, faint but distinct. My stomach turned at the realization that someone could be upstairs. I stood there deciding whether to flee or investigate. My curiosity won, and I headed toward the staircase. The steps were narrow, and each one squeaked. My phone's light flickered slightly, and I feared it might go out at the worst possible moment. I reached the top step and paused, scanning the dark hallway. There were several closed doors, each bearing a number. A small window at the end of the hallway let in a bit of moonlight. The crying sound seemed to come from the last door on the right. I started walking, my pulse thudding against my temples. My breath came in shallow bursts. I could feel sweat forming on my forehead, even in that cold space. As I advanced, a soft glow returned to the window behind me, and it caught the corner of my eye. I turned my head and saw the faint outline of a figure near the window. I froze, unable to make sense of it at first. It was a woman, very pale, wearing an old-fashioned dress. She extended her hand in my direction, her face blank. For a split second, we made eye contact. I gasped, feeling my chest seize with panic. My hand trembled so hard that my phone shook. I stumbled backward. The floor seemed to sway under me. I let out a short cry, then lost my balance. I landed on one knee, my other hand clutching the banister. By the time I looked up, the glow at the window was gone. The corridor was pitch dark again. I heard my heartbeat echoing in my ears. My throat felt tight. I forced myself to stand and rushed back to the staircase. The hallway felt longer than before, and every door looked the same. I tried to keep my phone pointed ahead, but my hand was shaking too much. It took all my willpower not to scream. I reached the stairs and hurried down, not caring about the racket I made. The floorboards protested, and dust rose in clouds around my feet. When I got to the bottom, I saw the front door open, just as I had left it. Relief flooded me, but the darkness around the door made me uneasy. I imagined something waiting outside, yet staying inside felt worse. Without hesitation, I sprinted toward the exit. My legs felt heavy, and my lungs burned. The old house seemed alive with noise, the groans of wood, the distant sound of water against rocks, the echo of my hurried steps. The moment I crossed the threshold, I sensed the air change. Outside, it smelled of salt and seaweed. The wind off the Atlantic hit me, cool and damp. My chest loosened, and I realized I was taking huge gulps of air. I spun around to look at the house. A single upstairs window displayed that weak light again, flickering in an erratic pattern. It felt like a signal or a plea. My eyes stung with tears I hadn't realized were there. Despite my terror, I felt a tug of sympathy. Something or someone up there was trapped in a never-ending loop of sorrow. But I refused to go back in. I ran to my car and got inside, slamming the door. I fumbled with the keys, dropping them twice before managing to start the engine. My hands were shaking, and I glanced at the house in my rearview mirror. The faint glow persisted, like an eye watching me leave. I drove off without looking back again. When I reached the main road, I finally noticed how quickly my heart was beating. My throat was dry, and I felt a dull ache in my shoulders from tensing up. I tried to calm myself by focusing on the road signs. The inn wasn't far. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale figure by the window. I heard the muffled cry echo in my mind. I wondered if it was real or if my imagination had twisted ordinary creaks into something paranormal. Yet the footprints, the cry, and the glow told me otherwise. The next day I avoided the subject, but the innkeeper asked why I looked so tired. I lied and said I just had trouble adjusting to a new bed. I didn't mention the house. I didn't want anyone to think I was making up ghost stories. Over the next few days, I tried to focus on relaxing. I walked around town, visited shops, and ate at local restaurants. Still, I couldn't get the memory of that house out of my head. I wanted answers about its history. I searched online using my phone, but I found nothing concrete. Some message boards mentioned an old family from the early 1900s who once lived near the shore. A few posts described unexplained lights and sightings of a woman in a long dress. Some locals called it the Dark House because it stayed vacant for years, only lit by that odd glow at night. That was enough confirmation for me. I realized that many people had experienced something strange there. By the end of the week, I felt restless and uneasy. I left Bar Harbor earlier than planned. The memory of that second-floor corridor and the figure near the window clung to me. Even during the drive home, I caught myself double-checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a pale face staring at me. I told myself I was just being paranoid. My rational mind tried to explain away everything. Maybe squatters lived there, or maybe the lights were caused by old wiring. But deep inside, I knew that house was different. The chill in the air, the smell of mildew, and that eerie glow didn't match any ordinary scenario. When I got home, I kept thinking about my encounter. I felt compelled to tell people, but I held back, worried they would dismiss me. Over time, I tried to move on. However, every so often, a late-night thought would creep in. I would picture that corridor again, see those old portraits on the walls, and recall the feeling of being watched. My breathing would catch, and my heart would race. The memory was so vivid that it felt like it had happened just moments ago. A few months later, a friend mentioned planning a trip to Maine. She asked me about Bar Harbor. I tried to act normal, recommending places to see and warning her about random tourist traps. Yet I also found myself blurting out a warning to stay away from the old coastal road at night. She raised an eyebrow, but didn't question me further. I felt uneasy after that conversation. I realized how deeply the memory had lodged itself in my mind. I still felt a surge of anxiety just speaking about the area. To this day, I haven't gone back to Bar Harbor. I still wonder if that place remains abandoned or if someone else has ventured inside. Sometimes, I think about that pale figure, the one who reached out in the corridor. I wonder what she wanted, if she was seeking help, or if she was just a remnant of something that happened long ago. Whenever those thoughts arise, I remind myself that I left for a good reason. I remind myself of that raw fear and how my legs almost gave out when I saw her. I don't share this story much. Some people crave ghost stories, but I don't enjoy reliving that night. It wasn't an exciting adventure. It was unsettling in a way I can't fully shake. I can't forget the cold interior of that house or the sense of dread that surrounded me in those hallways. I sometimes recall the smell of damp wood and mildew, and it makes me feel queasy. The memory of the footsteps on the dusty floor and the distant cry from upstairs still makes my skin crawl. In the end, I'm not sure what I experienced was a ghost or something else. I only know that I saw lights in an abandoned house, I heard a cry, and I caught a glimpse of a woman who shouldn't have been there. It felt real. It felt like a warning that the past can linger in the present. I'm not a thrill seeker, and I have no desire to prove the supernatural. All I know is that I never want to stand in that corridor again, and I have no intention of returning to that lonely stretch of coast in Bar Harbor. If anyone asks, I tell them to stay clear of the dark house. I'd rather live with my questions than risk going back and discovering that some things are better left alone. I never expected to find anything unsettling in an ice cream parlor. Then I took a summer job at Mr. Walsh's shop in Terre Haute, and my entire view of the place changed. I still remember the day I filled out the application form. The shop looked cheerful, with bright signs and a friendly atmosphere. Mr. Walsh, a quiet older man with thin glasses, interviewed me briefly. He asked about my availability, my willingness to work nights, and whether I handled stress well. I said yes to everything. I was grateful to have a summer job close to home and didn't think twice about his questions. The first week was easy. I worked at the counter, served customers, scooped ice cream into cups and cones, and rang up orders. I learned how to clean the machines and restock the toppings. The shop had a simple layout, a front counter, a small seating area, and a narrow hallway leading to the restrooms and a locked door that went down to the basement. The door had a rusty padlock on it. Whenever I noticed it, I felt a mild curiosity, but I never asked Mr. Walsh about it. He seemed protective of that area, and I assumed it contained supplies or old equipment. On my fourth night, I ended up closing the shop alone. Mr. Walsh usually stayed until the last customer left, but he told me he had an errand and asked if I could lock up. He showed me how to switch off the lights, set the alarm, and secure the front door. By that time, I felt comfortable enough to handle it. The evening went smoothly, and at around 10 o'clock I switched off most of the lights. I realized I had left my phone charging on top of the freezer near the counter. I stepped outside, locked the door behind me, and walked to my car. Then I remembered the phone and groaned. I decided to go back in, even though I'd have to re-disable the alarm. When I returned to the shop, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. I crossed the dark seating area and walked behind the counter. That was when I noticed the door to the basement was open. The padlock dangled from the hasp, broken. It lay on the floor like someone had snapped it or forced it. My pulse quickened. It made no sense that the door was open because Mr. Walsh never left it unlocked. My nerves kicked in. but I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe the lock was old and had fallen apart. I pulled out my phone to use the flashlight feature. I stepped to the doorway and aimed the beam down a steep flight of wooden stairs. The air smelled stale and faintly chemical, like old cleaning solutions or spoiled dairy. My curiosity got the better of me, even though my instincts told me to stay upstairs and call Mr. Walsh. I decided to check it out. I moved slowly down the stairs, feeling them creak under my weight. My mouth felt dry, and I was suddenly aware of how alone I was. The basement was larger than I expected. Dim overhead bulbs hung from the ceiling, giving off a weak yellow glow. I saw rows of old shelves stacked with boxes. Some boxes were labeled with dates from the 1970s. Next to them stood a few rusted metal carts, probably used for hauling supplies long ago. The place smelled of dust and a strange, rancid odor, like something was rotting in a corner. The entire time, I felt an unsettling sense of being watched, though I saw no one. I ventured farther in, scanning the space with my phone light. My foot brushed against a mop bucket, which caused a loud scraping sound on the concrete floor. I flinched at the noise. Then I noticed something large and metallic in the far corner. It was an old freezer, much bigger than the ones upstairs. It had a thick door covered in rust. I walked toward it, trying not to spook myself. The quiet in that place was unnerving. The overhead bulbs flickered occasionally, giving the room a tense atmosphere. As I got closer to the freezer, I heard a faint scraping noise from inside it. It was soft at first, then grew more distinct, like claws or nails lightly raking the metal. A wave of goosebumps rose on my arms. I leaned in and placed my hand on the door. It felt cold and damp, even though the basement itself was musty and warm. I hesitated, but something drove me to open it. I tested the handle, and it protested with a shrill squeak. I pulled the door open, and stale, icy air hit my face. Inside, there was a chunk of rusted metal that might have been a broken container. Beyond that, nothing but frozen residue clinging to the walls. No sign of anything alive. Still, the scraping noise continued, though it now seemed to come from behind the freezer. I stepped back and shone my phone light around. The floor behind the freezer looked cracked and damp. I crouched to get a better view and noticed the freezer was slightly offset from the wall. With some effort, I managed to push it a few inches to the side. My heart pounded as more of the floor came into view. I realized there was a small square hatch in the concrete, secured by a rusty padlock. The same rancid odor was stronger there, like decaying food or some chemical spill. At that exact moment, I heard footsteps above me. They were slow and deliberate, like someone walking from the front door to the top of the basement stairs. My blood ran cold. The basement was mostly silent aside from those steps. I turned off my phone light and stood very still. My heart hammered in my chest. I listened, waiting for a voice. Nothing came. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and stopped. I could see a faint sliver of light from the open doorway. I whispered, "Mr. Walsh?" but got no reply. Part of me wanted to shout or run upstairs, but I felt trapped. I waited for something else to happen, but the silence pressed in. I started moving back toward the stairs, creeping slowly to avoid making noise. When I reached the bottom step, I looked up. The door at the top of the stairs was shut. The overhead bulbs flickered again. My skin prickled. I inhaled and forced myself up each step, half expecting the door to slam in my face. When I got to the top, I nudged the door open. Nobody was there. I stepped into the hallway, feeling dizzy from adrenaline. The front of the shop was empty, all the chairs still stacked on tables from closing. The big windows let in some light from the street lamps outside. I called out again, "Hello?" but heard only the hum of the freezer units up front. The uneasy feeling was intense. My mind raced with questions. Who had opened the basement door? Who walked across the floor just then? And why was there a locked hatch behind that old freezer? I decided to leave. I made sure the basement door was closed, though I couldn't fix the broken padlock. I headed for the front exit and double-checked that it was locked. It was. That made me more anxious. Nobody could have come in from the front. There was a back exit, but it was blocked by a heavy trash bin, so I doubted anyone got in there. I grabbed my phone from the counter and hurried out. On my way, I wondered if I was overreacting, but something in that basement was definitely off. The next morning, I got to the shop earlier than usual. I found Mr. Walsh behind the counter, rearranging some containers. I almost blurted everything out, but I stopped when I saw his expression. He looked tense, like he already knew something was wrong. When I told him about the broken padlock and the open basement door, he frowned, but gave no clear explanation. He acted like it was no big deal, just old hardware. But his eyes avoided mine, and he seemed uncomfortable. I tried asking about the old freezer or the hatch. He muttered that it was just junk, then changed the subject. I felt like he was hiding something, so I left it alone. Over the next few days, I became more uneasy. Every time I passed the basement door, my stomach tightened. Sometimes I thought I heard soft thumps or scraping sounds from below, even when the shop was crowded. My coworkers rarely spoke about the basement, except one older employee who hinted that weird noises weren't uncommon. He said Mr. Walsh had always been secretive about that area. I asked him directly if he'd ever gone down there. He just shrugged and said he didn't want to risk angering Mr. Walsh. I couldn't get the image of that hatch out of my head. I wondered what was under it. I also kept replaying the moment I heard footsteps overhead, footsteps that led to the top of the stairs and then disappeared. The entire place felt off now. Even when I was scooping ice cream during the day, I couldn't shake that uneasy feeling. At night, I started having trouble sleeping. I pictured the old freezer, the rusted door, the scraping sounds, and that rancid smell. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined something behind that hatch, something waiting in the dark. I decided I couldn't take it anymore. About 2 weeks after I first discovered the open basement, I quit. I told Mr. Walsh I had to focus on my studies and that the schedule wasn't working out. He looked at me closely, almost as if he guessed the real reason. He didn't argue, just nodded and said he understood. As I left the shop, I felt a mix of relief and lingering tension. I knew I wouldn't have to be alone in that place at night again. Yet I also knew I'd never get real answers. Even now, I sometimes wonder what was in that hatch. I can't forget the smell or the scraping sounds from behind the freezer. I can't forget the footsteps stopping at the top of the basement stairs. I thought about going back, but I decided it wasn't worth it. The memory of that basement and the creeping sense of being watched still disturbs me. I don't talk about it much because people just dismiss it as paranoia. Maybe they're right, or maybe there's something down there that Mr. Walsh doesn't want anyone to discover. I've heard rumors from other people who worked at that parlor after I left. Some say they also heard odd noises, but they never saw anything. Others claim they saw Mr. Walsh coming up from the basement late at night with a strange look on his face. Nobody seems to have concrete proof of anything sinister, just shared unease and second-hand stories. I'm not sure if it's an urban legend in the making or something more. All I know is what I experienced. I saw the broken lock. I heard those scraping sounds. I smelled that rotting odor. I felt the pressure of silence and the sense that someone or something was behind me in the dark. I haven't set foot in that ice cream parlor since. Whenever I pass by, I feel a chill. I see the sign in the window advertising new flavors, and I get an odd twist in my stomach. Maybe the new employees don't notice anything unusual, or maybe they do but keep quiet for the paycheck. Either way, I'm done with that place. I'll never forget the night I went into the basement, or how it made me feel. Sometimes, all it takes is one bad experience to change how you view a seemingly harmless spot. Now, I look at that cheerful sign and bright interior, and all I can think about is the smell of stale air and the echo of footsteps just out of sight. I had no reason to suspect anything strange when I decided to drive home by that narrow forest road outside Baton Rouge. I was returning from a family gathering in a nearby parish, and someone mentioned an old shortcut through the woods. I knew it would shave a few miles off my trip, so I thought it sounded like a good idea. The main highway was still busy at that hour, and I wanted to avoid traffic. I turned onto the gravel path, ignoring the sign that warned travelers to proceed with caution. I remember feeling excited at first, thinking I'd made a smart move. The sun hovered low in the sky, turning orange and pink above the treetops. The gravel road seemed decent enough at the start, although it was more like a dirt path with patches of grass in the center. Tall trees arched overhead, their branches heavy with moss. Within minutes I noticed how the air felt thick and still. There was no breeze to cool the humid evening. I switched on my headlights, even though it wasn't fully dark yet, because the canopy of leaves blocked out a lot of light. I drove slowly, trying to avoid the deeper potholes. My car bounced and rattled when I misjudged the bumps. The radio lost its signal, so I turned it off. Without any music, I was left with the sound of my tires crunching on gravel and the low rumble of the engine. My surroundings had a hush to them. Even the birds seemed quiet. After a few minutes, I saw a few black shapes perched on dead branches. They turned out to be crows. They didn't flap away as I approached. They just stared. That made me uneasy, but I pushed the feeling aside. I came upon an older sedan parked on the edge of the road. At first I slowed down, thinking someone might need help. The driver's seat was empty. The windows were down, and I spotted scratches on the side of the car, long, curved marks, almost like claws. I didn't see any footprints or sign of a struggle, just a sense that something was wrong. My stomach twisted. I drove forward a bit, then stopped. A debate flickered in my head. Should I check if someone was in the woods? Should I just go? I decided to keep driving. There was no one around to talk to, and the place made me anxious. My heart rate picked up as I left the abandoned sedan behind. The deeper I went, the more the road seemed to close in. The trees formed a tunnel, and moss hung down like drapes. My headlights lit the branches and leaves in a harsh glow. I kept glancing at my side mirrors, feeling watched. The silence weighed on me. Then there was a loud thud on the roof of my car, like a heavy object landing above my head. I screamed and hit the brakes, causing the car to jolt violently. My seatbelt locked, and I gasped for air. My skin prickled all over. For a moment I couldn't move. I waited, listening. It sounded as if something slid across the metal. Then it dropped off the other side with a scraping sound. My hands shook on the steering wheel. I stared through the windshield, seeing nothing but the dusty path. I forced myself to push the gas pedal gently, my mind racing with questions. As I continued forward, the branches thickened. Night descended fast in that part of the forest, and my high beams barely pierced the gloom. Occasionally, I thought I heard faint noises, like branches snapping or leaves rustling near the road. My grip on the wheel tightened. My nerves were on edge, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something behind me. My breathing grew shallow, and my mouth felt dry. After driving a few more minutes, I saw something in my headlights. It was a shape standing in the middle of the road, hunched over. The eyes reflected the light in a sickly glow. It made a quick, jerky movement and darted off into the trees on my left. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might pass out. My foot pressed on the brake. I almost lost control and veered into the brush, but I managed to straighten out. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and I realized my shirt was sticking to my back. I kept going because stopping felt too dangerous. My mind kept replaying the shape I saw. It looked too large to be a raccoon or a dog, but it moved in a strange way, like it was both crawling and hopping at the same time. I tried to calm myself. I gripped the wheel and told myself there must be a logical explanation. Still, my body shook with adrenaline, and I felt a tightness in my chest. A few moments later, I heard a scraping noise at the rear of my car, like claws on metal. I pressed the accelerator, not caring about the potholes. The car bounced and jerked, but I refused to slow down. I clenched my jaw, trying to block out the noise. Then it stopped as suddenly as it began. I glanced in the mirror again and saw only darkness. I felt like the road went on forever. My GPS was useless. The device had lost signal, and all I could do was follow the narrow lane, hoping it would lead me to a main road. The canopy of trees above got denser, so thick that my headlights hardly spread out. I tried to watch for any sign of an intersection or a house, but everything looked the same. My pulse hammered in my ears, and every branch that scraped the car sounded like it might be something else. After what felt like an hour, the path widened a bit. I noticed a sign that said "Pavement Ahead" in faded letters. Relief washed over me. I slowed down slightly, no longer certain if I was still being followed. The scratches on the car roof echoed in my mind, though, and my fear lingered. Suddenly, I saw a bright clearing up ahead. My heart lifted at the idea of reaching a proper road again. Then I heard a strange huffing sound, like an animal panting. I felt a surge of panic. I pressed on the gas pedal harder. My car tore down the last stretch of dirt, bouncing over bumps. A final turn led me out of the thick woods and onto a paved road. The jolt from the transition nearly made me lose control, but I managed to keep going. When I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw two glowing points in the darkness, like eyes reflecting light. They hovered in place for a second, then vanished. I exhaled sharply, not realizing I'd been holding my breath. My shoulders felt rigid, and I rubbed my neck to relax the tension. I had never felt so relieved to see a normal roadway. I drove for another few miles until I reached an area with streetlights. I pulled into a gas station, parked in a corner, and finally let myself cry. My hands trembled, and my knees felt weak when I stepped out of the car. I walked around to inspect the exterior. There were long scratches in the paint, fresh mud clumps lodged in the wheel wells, and small branches caught in the undercarriage. The roof had a dent, and the paint was scuffed where something had landed on it. I felt nauseated. I used the restroom at the gas station and washed my face, trying to steady my breathing. A clerk asked if I was okay, and I just nodded, not sure what to say. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were bloodshot, and my hair was stuck to my forehead with sweat. I felt drained. I bought a bottle of water and guzzled it down. My throat was painfully dry. Once I settled enough to drive, I got back on the main highway and headed home. The rest of the trip was uneventful, but I found myself checking the mirrors constantly. Even on a bright, busy highway, I couldn't shake the tension in my body. By the time I pulled into my driveway, it was late and I felt a bit shaky. I parked and went into my house, locking every door and window. My heart still pounded and my mind replayed the incident. I double-checked the door locks and tried to calm down on the couch. I told a few close friends about it the next day. They listened with curiosity and advised me to avoid that shortcut in the future. One friend, who grew up near the area, said they'd heard rumors about creatures or wild animals that lived in that forest. Another suggested it might have been a large cat, but nothing seemed to fit the shape or the eyes I saw. My friend recommended I file a police report about the abandoned car, at least. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I thought I might sound crazy. Over the next week, I dealt with nightmares. I would dream of driving on that dirt road, hearing that thump on my car, then seeing large eyes in the mirror. Sometimes I would wake up in a sweat, convinced I heard scratching on my window. Rationally, I knew it was stress, but I still felt uneasy. Eventually, I paid for some repairs on my car, not wanting to explain how the roof got dented. I just told the mechanic I ran under a low-hanging branch. I avoided traveling anywhere near that forest road after that. I stuck to well-lit highways and main routes. Whenever someone asked for a shortcut around Baton Rouge, I told them not to risk it. A part of me wanted to forget the whole experience, but it stayed with me. I can still recall the smell of damp earth in the air, the thick silence, the crows staring without fear. I remember how my breathing caught in my throat the moment I felt something land on my car. Sometimes I think about the abandoned sedan and wonder if its owner managed to escape. I have no way of knowing what became of that person. I just hope they're okay. Even now, the memory of those reflective eyes on the roadside makes my skin crawl. I have never again taken any forest shortcut in that region, and I tell my friends to do the same. I don't care if it means an extra half hour on the main roads. No traffic jam is worth the sense of dread I felt that evening. In the end, I came out with only a few scratches on my car and a story that still makes me uneasy to share. It wasn't a dramatic confrontation or a clear sight of some monstrous creature, but it left me deeply shaken. I realized that sometimes it's better to play it safe, especially when dealing with isolated roads at dusk. That short detour opened my eyes to how vulnerable you can feel when nature closes in and something unknown is watching from the shadows. Now, I keep my doors locked, stick to major roads, and think twice before trusting any shortcut I haven't traveled before. I walked into the abandoned warehouse on a Saturday morning, armed with only my flashlight, my camera, and a growing sense of anticipation. I had heard rumors about this place in Rochester's industrial zone, stories of people hearing strange voices and seeing shadowy figures. I told myself those were just tall tales to scare off curious explorers, but I felt a knot of tension in my stomach as soon as I parked my car near the chain-link fence. The outside of the building looked massive. The corrugated metal walls were rusted, and many of the windows were broken. A giant sliding door at the front stood half open. Pieces of broken glass and scattered debris covered the ground. I gripped my flashlight, slid under a gap in the fence, and approached the opening. The temperature felt a bit cooler the moment I stepped into the shade. I stopped to get a sense of my surroundings. The air was stale, with a faint metallic odor. I could see columns and old conveyor belts deeper inside. My footsteps echoed in the emptiness. I pulled out my camera and started filming. I'm a fan of urban exploration, so I usually document everything from my point of entry to the farthest corners of each site. The footage sometimes comes out shaky, but I like to record every detail. I panned across the large, open floor. Dust motes drifted in the weak beams of sunlight coming from the holes in the roof. The place had a hushed quality to it, but not complete silence. There was a constant drip from somewhere, and a faint buzzing sound from old lighting fixtures that probably still had some current running through them. After I passed the main floor, I noticed odd graffiti on the walls. It wasn't the usual street art or tags. Instead, I saw repeating images of wide-eyed faces with mouths open as if screaming or gasping. Each face looked distorted and afraid. Some were drawn in bright spray paint, others in dull chalk. The weird thing was that no two faces looked exactly the same. I paused and filmed them up close. My heart rate spiked a bit because there was something unsettling about those images. I continued forward, stepping around broken pallets and scattered chunks of concrete. The building's layout was more complicated than I expected. I found a corridor to the left. It led to smaller rooms that might have been offices or storage areas. I shone my flashlight inside one of them. The walls had deep scratches, as if someone had raked a sharp object across the surface. Papers were strewn on the floor, mostly old invoices and shipping forms for grain deliveries. The smell of mildew was strong. I coughed a little, covering my nose with my sleeve. It felt damp in that section of the warehouse. I explored another office room with shattered windows. Old chairs and a rusted filing cabinet were pushed against the wall. A large portion of the ceiling had collapsed, letting in a beam of daylight that revealed dust particles swirling in the air. While I was filming, I thought I heard a faint whisper. I froze and stopped moving so I could hear it more clearly. It sounded like several voices speaking at once, but too low for me to catch the words. My pulse hammered in my chest, and I strained to listen. Then it stopped, and I heard only dripping water. I shook off the feeling, telling myself it was just the wind through the broken windows, or maybe the building settling. I went back into the main area and approached a wide metal staircase that led to a second-floor walkway. The steps were grated, and they clanged loudly with each footstep. My camera jostled in my hand as I climbed, and I could feel my palms start to sweat. At the top, there was a narrow hallway with more doorways. I edged along, shining my light into each room. One was completely empty, except for a few wooden crates. Another was half collapsed and filled with debris. When I reached the end of the hallway, I found a padlocked door. The lock was old and rusted shut, so I had no hope of opening it. That was when I heard metallic clanking. It sounded like chains dragging across the floor. I turned around fast, expecting to see someone, but the hallway was empty. The noise echoed a few times, then faded. My breathing quickened. My nerves were on edge, and I felt goosebumps on my arms despite the warmth of the day. I pointed my camera down the corridor, but the screen only showed flickers of darkness. The overhead lights were long dead, and the only light came from my flashlight and the camera's small lamp. I decided to follow the sound. I took slow steps, trying to keep my camera focused. Every step made the grated floor vibrate, creating a low hum in the metal. I reached a spot near a row of massive beams that supported the roof. I paused. I heard the dragging noise again, louder this time. My stomach tightened. I moved my camera from left to right, hoping to catch a sign of movement. Nothing appeared, but I could hear it, a faint scraping of metal on metal. I began to wonder if someone was playing a prank on me, maybe another explorer or a squatter trying to scare me out of the building. Suddenly, my flashlight flickered. I tapped it, thinking the battery might be loose. Then I heard a muffled whisper again, like a chorus of low voices. I whipped my flashlight around but saw no one. My heart thudded against my ribcage. The tension in my shoulders made me ache. I took a few cautious steps back, deciding it might be best to head for the exit. Then I spotted a flight of stairs leading up to a small platform. It looked like an old control room with large windows facing the warehouse floor. I felt drawn to it, certain I might get some interesting footage from up there. I climbed up, each step squeaking under my weight. Inside the control room, the glass windows were cracked and a few chairs lay overturned. A dusty control panel took up most of one wall, covered in old levers and knobs. There was a desk in the corner with scattered papers. A slight breeze moved through a broken pane, giving the room a strange, whispery sound. I panned the camera across the controls and aimed it at the dusty floor. There, I noticed footprints. They looked recent, judging by the lack of dust in those shapes. My heart pounded faster. Someone had been here, maybe even today. I scanned the room again. That was when my flashlight flickered off completely. The control room went dim. Sunlight fell in from a large crack in the roof overhead, so I wasn't in total darkness. Still, the sudden loss of my flashlight felt ominous. I fiddled with the switch, but it wouldn't turn back on. The battery must have died at the worst possible moment. Then I heard a quiet hiss of static coming from the camera's microphone. I lifted it to my ear, trying to see if it was some glitch. That was when I noticed a silhouette passing by one of the broken windows below. It moved quickly, and I couldn't make out details. I cursed under my breath, frustrated at my dead flashlight. I moved carefully to the window and looked out onto the warehouse floor. I saw no one. My shoulders tensed and my scalp prickled with sweat. I decided I'd had enough. I needed to get out of there, do a battery check in my car, and maybe think about coming back with a friend. I hurried down the stairs, trying not to look over my shoulder. My camera's small lamp provided a little illumination, but not much. I made it back to the main floor, where tall columns and broken machinery created rows of shadows. I pointed my camera around, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever I saw upstairs. No luck. The place felt bigger and darker, as if the walls had closed in on me. I headed toward the large sliding door where I came in, following the path of my footprints in the dust. As I neared the exit, I heard the clang of metal behind me. I snapped my head around. Something moved along the catwalk overhead. I aimed my camera up, but all I saw was the silhouette of rails and beams. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. My chest tightened, and I began to sweat more. I forced myself to keep walking step by step until I reached the opening. Daylight flooded in, almost blinding me after the gloom inside. I stepped out onto the concrete loading dock and felt a wave of relief at being in the open again. But before leaving, I glanced back one last time. High on a passerelle near the ceiling, I spotted a dark figure. It had a human outline, but its face was obscured by shadow. The figure raised an arm, as though pointing at me. My stomach dropped, and I involuntarily took a step back. Then the figure vanished behind a column. I wasted no time. I climbed down from the loading dock and ran toward the fence, camera still in hand. My legs felt shaky, and my breath came in short bursts. When I got to my car, I locked the doors immediately. After a few seconds, I started the engine. My hands trembled as I gripped the steering wheel. I looked at the warehouse, at that giant open door, and felt a surge of dread. It seemed to stare back at me like a silent watcher. I drove away, heart pounding the whole time. When I got home, I plugged in my camera to review the footage. Strangely, large sections had audio static or weird distortions. The video that did record was dark and shaky. and the graffiti images were only partially visible. I realized I hadn't captured any clear shot of whoever was inside, but I did catch faint sounds, a repetitive metallic dragging, and something like layered voices, too quiet to decipher. Listening to it made the hair on my arms stand up. I haven't returned to that warehouse. I talked to some other urban explorers, and a few had heard rumors of accidents that happened there in the past. Workers crushed by equipment or trapped in grain silos. Some believe their spirits linger. Others think squatters or criminals might be hiding inside, creating an atmosphere of danger. Whatever the reason, my own experience was enough to keep me away. Even now, I sometimes dream about those faces drawn on the walls, the chain-like sounds, and that final glimpse of a figure pointing at me from above. I still enjoy exploring abandoned places, but I'm a lot more cautious about going alone. That day in Rochester taught me that some sites are best left unvisited, especially if you sense that you're not welcome. The memory of that warehouse still makes me uneasy. When I recall the dragging chains and that creeping sense of being followed, I feel a knot in my stomach. I doubt I'll ever forget the sight of that shadowy figure pointing as if to say, "Don't come back." So far I've heeded that warning, and I think I always will. I first saw that ranch on a hot afternoon in Santa Clarita. The assignment was simple: check if the location might work for an upcoming film shoot. My boss handed me a set of directions and told me the place was old, mostly unused, and possibly interesting for certain scenes. I drove out there expecting nothing more than a quick survey. I had my camera, a notebook, and some water. That was all I thought I'd need. When I arrived, I noticed several wooden posts sticking out of the ground, spaced across a wide field. Each post bore black scorch marks, as though someone had once burned candles on top of them. At first I figured it might have been a decorative thing for events or maybe some old tradition. The ranch owner, a man in his 70s, stood by the front gate. He was tall and thin, wearing faded jeans and a broad hat. He greeted me with a half-nod. I introduced myself as Dylan, a photographer scouting for film locations. He told me I could look around as long as I stayed careful. Then he muttered, "It has a history." He didn't elaborate. I headed toward what looked like a large barn. The grass felt brittle under my shoes, and a warm wind gusted now and then. The main barn doors were halfway open. Inside, I saw farm tools stacked in a corner. Some were rusted, some looked newer. Along the walls, though, I noticed something unusual. There were hand-drawn markings, symbols or words scrawled in a language I didn't recognize. I touched one carefully, feeling the groove where someone had carved it into the wood. My fingertips brushed against dried splinters. The writing seemed deliberate, not random graffiti. Nearby, I found several clay jars filled with wax remnants. The wax was hard and cracked, with thick wicks poking out. These jars were arranged in a row on a workbench. There was a stale smell in the air, like old smoke mixed with dust. The sight made me uneasy. I tried to ignore the feeling, reminding myself that many ranches keep odd items around. Maybe the owner had hosted candlelit gatherings or had some local ritual I knew nothing about. The sun was sinking toward the hills when I finished photographing the barn interior. I stepped outside and noticed the air had cooled. The owner was nowhere in sight. I walked around the property, taking pictures of the landscape. The rolling hills and sparse vegetation could work for certain film scenes. Then, as I raised my camera toward one of the scorched posts, I did a double take. On top of that post was a small candle flame, flickering in the breeze. I lowered my camera, confused. I was sure I hadn't seen any candles an hour earlier. I walked closer, expecting to see wax or a match, but I only found a faint glow hovering where a wick would be. The wood at the top looked burnt, but there was no drip of molten wax. I could feel heat coming off it, but the flame was oddly stable. I called out for the owner, thinking maybe he'd lit something without me noticing. No answer came. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I scanned the horizon. A cluster of those wooden posts stretched across the field, maybe a dozen in total. Then, in the corner of my eye, I saw another flame at the next post. One by one, small lights blinked into existence. My chest tightened, and I walked quickly along the row, trying to see who was lighting them. I found no one. Each post had a flame flickering, but there was no wax candle, just this glowing fire resting on charred wood. A light wind blew, and the flames danced, yet they never went out. I took my camera and snapped pictures of each post. Then I checked the screen. The photos displayed only darkness at the top of each post, as if the flames weren't registering. I adjusted the settings, thinking I might need a different exposure. No luck. The images still showed blackened wood without any visible flame. My hands started to sweat. I breathed deeply and forced myself to stay calm. The sun was nearly gone, and the ranch fell into twilight. I considered leaving immediately, but I still had more ground to cover. I walked toward a small cabin near the far edge of the property. As I moved, I glanced at the posts again. The flames glowed against the darkening sky. I tried not to think too much about the impossibility of it. My heart was pounding, though. Each step felt heavy. At the cabin, I found more strange markings on the door. I took a few quick shots and then opened it. The inside was mostly empty except for a table and 2 chairs. The floor was dusty, with footprints that might have been from the owner. At the corner, a single candle sat on a shelf, unlit. The wick looked new, not worn or blackened. I felt a sudden sense of unease, so I backed out of the cabin and shut the door. As I turned around, I spotted a figure standing near the posts. My chest tightened. The person wore something dark and was mostly in shadow. I couldn't see details except for the outline of a head and shoulders. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded too loud in the still air. The figure didn't move or respond. I felt adrenaline flood my system, and my stomach churned. I took a step forward. The figure raised an arm. The moment that happened, each flame on the posts flared brighter. The sudden illumination made me blink. I shielded my eyes for a second, then opened them to see the ground. It had markings all over, circles, lines, and symbols burnt into the dirt, forming a kind of pattern I hadn't noticed before. My breathing turned shallow. Then the figure disappeared, like stepping behind an invisible curtain. I froze, my heart hammering. The flames on the posts receded back to their former size. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to move. I hurried back toward my car, unsure if I was in danger or just imagining things. About halfway to the vehicle, the owner appeared in my path. He must have come from behind a shed. He looked me in the eyes and gave a slow shake of his head, as if to say I shouldn't linger. He told me, "You see what happens when you call the wrong candles." Then he turned away, leaving me alone. I rushed to my car, fumbling with my keys. My hands were shaking, and I had trouble sliding the key into the ignition. Once I managed to start the engine, I reversed out of there quickly. Dust kicked up behind my tires. I glanced in the rearview mirror. In the distance, the ranch sat in darkness, except for those small points of flame on the posts. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I drove back to my hotel and locked the door behind me. My pulse was still racing. I placed the camera on the bedside table and stared at it for a long time. After some hesitation, I reviewed the photos again. The structures were clear, the barn, the posts, the cabin, but every shot of a flame showed nothing but blackness on top of the posts. I could see the angle where the flame should be, but the pictures didn't capture it. That night, I hardly slept. My dreams were filled with flickering lights and that silhouette raising an arm. My body felt tense, and I woke up drenched in sweat. In the morning, I debated whether to tell my boss the truth or just say the ranch wasn't suitable. I decided on the latter. I wasn't about to explain something that made no sense. When I called my boss, I said, "It's too run down. There's some fire damage, and it might be a liability for the production." I didn't want to give details because I doubted anyone would believe me anyway. I tried to push the incident from my mind, but the image of those flames stayed with me. I started questioning if I'd hallucinated it. The camera's inability to capture the flames reminded me it wasn't just my imagination. 2 days later, I reviewed the pictures on my computer, hoping a larger screen might reveal something I missed. The results were the same, no sign of fire. I thought about contacting someone in Santa Clarita to see if they knew the ranch's history, but I was afraid I'd sound ridiculous. I also didn't want to risk going back. I could still hear the owner's words echoing in my head. He made it sound like these flames were part of an old practice or ritual. Maybe that explains the jars of wax and the scribbled messages in the barn. Over time, I told a few close friends about the experience, leaving out the exact location. Most of them assumed it was a trick of the light or some leftover promotional stunt. But I know what I saw. The memory still unsettles me. When I close my eyes, I picture those ghostly flames flickering on charred wooden posts. I think about that shape in the darkness, controlling them with a simple gesture. My heart beats faster every time. I decided never to recommend that ranch again. If someone else stumbles on it for a shoot, that's their problem. My photos won't help them anyway, because the evidence of the flames is missing. Sometimes I consider deleting the images altogether, but I can't bring myself to do it. Part of me hopes that one day, maybe, I'll find an explanation. Another part worries that if I keep the pictures, I might be inviting that presence back into my thoughts. Either way, I lock my doors at night. I haven't driven by that spot in months. I don't plan to. When I think of Santa Clarita, I still recall the warm hills and sunny skies. But my mind always drifts back to that isolated field with the blackened posts. I remember the shock of seeing unlit photos where a real flame was dancing only moments before. And I remember the owner's final words, hinting at something ancient or dangerous lurking on that property. In the end, I'm content to leave it alone. I have no desire to learn what else might happen if those candles burned for too long, or who, or what, might appear in the light of those impossible flames. I arrived at the old colonial estate an hour before sunset. The gates were tall and had metal spires at the top. I was alone. I didn't schedule a tour or ask the owner's permission. I'd heard enough rumors from locals who said the statues in the garden moved at night. I work as a guide in Charleston, so people often tell me these odd stories. Normally, I dismiss most of them, but something about this place stuck with me. Maybe it was the way everyone avoided looking me in the eye when they described it. I walked through the side entrance, stepping onto a path made of cracked cobblestones. The garden stretched out in front of me. I saw hedges, rose bushes, and marble statues placed at intervals. The property had an eerie stillness. Birds were chirping on the other side of the yard, but in this section, I felt a weird hush. The air was slightly humid, typical for Charleston, but it felt thicker somehow, like it pressed on my skin. I moved along the path, scanning the statues. Most were human figures in classical poses. A few were mythological beings, like satyrs and nymphs. Their faces were carved with delicate details. One woman's statue had draped clothing that looked as if it was rippling in a breeze. I paused in front of her, marveling at the craftsmanship. Then I felt a prickle on my arms, like someone was standing behind me, watching. I spun around, but only saw empty lawn and another statue of a man playing a flute. I decided to take photos with my phone, but I didn't want to seem like a tourist on vacation. I was here to see if those stories held any truth. Still, I snapped a few shots, mostly to compare positions if anything changed. The evening light cast long shadows across the ground. I remember noticing how some statues looked almost alive with that slant of sun. The faces caught the glow, creating sharp contrasts on their expressions. The sun dipped lower, and the sky turned orange. I kept walking deeper into the garden. I knew the layout was large, but I wasn't expecting so many statues. Each one had a small plaque at the base with a year. Many were from the 1800s. Some were older, or at least they claimed to be. I felt an itch on the back of my neck, an anxiety that I couldn't pin down. There was no breeze, yet the branches of a nearby oak tree rustled. I reached a wide clearing with a fountain in the center. The water didn't run anymore. It looked stagnant, with leaves floating on the surface. Around the fountain stood 3 statues in a semicircle. One man with a sword, one woman with a raised arm, and a second woman holding a basket of flowers. I took a picture and noticed something that unsettled me. In an old image I found online, the statue with the basket had both arms down. Here, one arm was raised, as if she was about to throw the flowers. I felt a chill, but I told myself I must have remembered the photo incorrectly. Night began to fall. The sky turned purple, and I could barely make out the details of distant statues. I turned on the flashlight on my phone, though it was weak. The path twisted through some tall shrubs. The ground was uneven, and I nearly tripped over a broken piece of marble. My steps crunched on loose gravel. I passed another statue, a cherub with a chipped wing. Its eyes seemed to follow me, but that could have been the angle of my light. I kept walking. A while later, I heard a scraping sound, like stone against stone. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct. My heart rate sped up. I turned around, shining my phone's flashlight in the direction of the noise. The beam only revealed a cluster of bushes and 2 statues, a pair of dancers with interlocked arms. They were in the same position I'd noticed when I arrived, so I thought. But my memory felt cloudy. I stared, half expecting one of them to shift in front of me. Nothing happened. I kept moving, but my mind was racing. I checked the photos on my phone to compare. The images were a bit blurry due to poor light, but I was sure the dancer on the left had been leaning more to her partner. Now she was turned outward. My throat tightened, and I gripped my phone. I felt sweat forming on my palms. It was a mild evening, but my body was tense. I decided I would leave soon, maybe after confirming a few more positions. I veered onto another path that looped back toward the main house. The night was fully set by then. The moon offered a bit of light, but not enough to see all the details. Tall shrubs blocked my view of the house itself. The garden seemed to stretch endlessly. In a clearing up ahead, I saw a group of statues that looked like they were gathered around a small pedestal. I slowed my pace, not sure what to expect. As I entered the clearing, I realized these statues formed a circle. I counted 7. Each was a robed figure with a different posture. Some had calm faces, Others looked like they were mid-scream. The creepiest part was that they were so close together, like they'd been arranged for a ritual. I tried to take a picture, but my phone's battery flashed low. The screen dimmed. I got one shot before it shut down entirely. I cursed under my breath. Suddenly, I heard a soft thud behind me, as though something heavy landed on the grass. I spun around, my pulse hammering. I saw a figure at the edge of the shrubs. It wasn't moving, so I assumed it was another statue. But I didn't recall passing it before. A wave of panic rose in my chest. The shape was tall and looked like some mythological creature with horns. I slowly stepped backward, trying not to make noise. My breathing felt loud in my ears. The night was silent, except for the rustle of leaves. I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks because of the poor light. Still, the tension in my shoulders kept building. I felt like I was being watched from multiple directions. I inhaled through my nose, exhaled slowly, and made my way toward a lit path I saw in the distance. The estate's exterior lights were dim but noticeable if you knew where to look. I walked with quick, deliberate steps. My heart pounded. My shoes scuffed against the gravel, and each noise seemed magnified. I was worried about turning a corner and coming face to face with a statue that shouldn't be there. I forced myself to keep looking forward. Then, from behind me, I heard another scraping sound. I broke into a light jog, ignoring the ache in my calves. I was done exploring. I just wanted to get out. I reached a straight walkway that led back to the house. The main structure was dark. No lights glowed in the windows. The shutters were closed, giving the place a vacant feel. I remembered seeing a side gate when I first arrived, so I headed that way. Then something brushed against my arm. It felt rough, like stone or concrete. I gasped and jerked away. My flashlight was gone because my phone was dead, so I could only rely on the pale moonlight. Standing next to me was a statue of an angel I'd passed earlier. It was now only a foot away, its hand extended. My arms broke out in goosebumps, and my stomach twisted. I stumbled backward, nearly losing my balance. I didn't wait around. I sprinted toward the gate. My breathing was ragged, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Once I reached the iron bars, I fumbled with the latch. It was stuck for a moment, rusted or jammed. I pulled harder, making a grinding noise. Finally, it gave way. I slipped through the opening, feeling a wave of relief the moment I stepped onto the sidewalk outside. I paused, just long enough to catch my breath. My shirt clung to my back, damp with sweat. I turned around and looked through the gap in the gate. The moonlight illuminated the statue of that angel, which seemed to be standing closer than before. I couldn't see any facial details from that distance, but I sensed that it was turned in my direction, like it was watching me leave. I walked quickly down the street. The adrenaline still coursed through me, and I didn't slow my pace until I was a good distance from the property. My thoughts were a mess. I kept replaying each moment. The scraping sounds, the changed poses, the feeling of stone brushing my arm. I reached my car, yanked the door open, and sank into the driver's seat. My hands were shaking so badly that I had to steady them before starting the engine. On the drive home, I tried to keep my eyes on the road, but my mind kept drifting back to the garden. I was certain those statues had moved. I didn't know why or how, but I couldn't deny what I'd seen. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I realized I'd been gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles ached. I locked every door and window in my house before heading to my bedroom. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured one of those statues standing in a new pose, looking right at me. I stopped guiding tours anywhere near that estate. I used to include a small mention of it in my local history talks, but I removed it from my script. Tourists sometimes ask me about lesser-known spots in Charleston, and I steer them towards safer, more ordinary places. If anyone insists on seeing that old garden, I claim it's off-limits or under renovation. I don't want anyone else going there after dark, especially not alone. Even now, I sometimes wonder if those statues move every night, or if they only stir when someone's watching. I still have the blurry photos in my phone, though none of them show the changes clearly. I've thought about returning with proper equipment and a fully charged camera, but then my stomach knots up at the idea. I can't shake the memory of that rough stone hand skimming my arm, or the silent way those figures seemed to shift position when I wasn't looking. When I tell close friends the full story, they usually think I'm exaggerating or that I had a panic attack in a spooky place. I can't prove them wrong, but I know what I saw. I know how my body reacted. I haven't gone back, and I don't plan to. If people want the usual Charleston ghost stories, I'll tell them about haunted inns and old cemeteries. They can stay away from that garden. Some secrets aren't worth exploring further. I still get chills remembering how those statues turned to follow me, and I have no desire to confirm any more details about that dreadful place. I booked a late flight from Austin to Minneapolis because of a last-minute work obligation. I usually hate traveling at night, but I had no choice. The airport was quiet when I arrived. The lines at security were short, and most of the shops had already shut their doors. I passed through the metal detector without any fuss and headed straight to the gate. I saw only a handful of people waiting there. A couple of them looked like business travelers, scrolling on their phones or flipping through paperwork. The rest appeared tired, like they just wanted the flight to end so they could sleep. I found an empty seat by the window, sipped from a bottle of water, and waited for them to announce boarding. When they finally called for us to board, I walked down the jet bridge feeling that familiar chill from the air conditioning. Once inside the cabin, I noticed how empty it was. I didn't see more than 10 or 12 passengers in total. The overhead bins were wide open with plenty of space, so I stowed my carry-on and took my assigned seat near the wing. I checked my phone one last time before putting it on airplane mode. The battery was half full, which I figured would be enough if I wanted to listen to some music or watch a downloaded show. After the usual announcements, the lights in the cabin dimmed. The flight attendants demonstrated the safety procedures, and we taxied out to the runway. I leaned against the window, feeling the vibration of the engines. The takeoff was smooth. Once we reached cruising altitude, the cabin lights dimmed further, and the flight attendants passed by, asking if anyone needed anything. I asked for a cup of water. My throat felt dry, and I thought some hydration might help me relax. The seat next to me was empty, and most rows around me had only 1 or 2 people. I reclined my seat a bit and tried to settle in for a nap. The plane felt eerily quiet, especially for a commercial flight. I could almost hear my own heartbeat. Eventually, I dozed off. I'm not sure how long I slept, but at some point, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. I woke up, startled. The overhead light was off, and the cabin seemed even darker than before. I looked down the aisle. No one stood there. I whispered, "Hello?" but got no response. My arms felt tense, and I had a slight ache in my neck from the way I'd been sleeping. I turned toward the empty seat next to me. That was when I saw a shape under a thin blanket. It looked like someone was leaning against the window. I couldn't see a face because they had the blanket draped up to their shoulders. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I was mistaken about the seat being empty earlier. Maybe someone had moved there while I was asleep. But something about the way the blanket shifted unsettled me. It moved slowly, like something was crawling underneath it. I felt a heaviness in my chest, and I tried to calm my breathing. As I watched, I heard a low growl or a faint snarl. It was muffled but close, as though it was coming from underneath that blanket. My skin prickled, and I felt sweat forming on my forehead. I reached for the call button above me. My finger shook as I pressed it. After a few seconds, the flight attendant appeared in the aisle. She leaned down, asked me if everything was all right. I pointed at the seat and told her there was someone there making strange noises. She gave me a polite smile, then pointed her flashlight at the seat. The blanket was gone. The seat was completely empty. I felt my heart slam in my chest. I stuttered, trying to explain what I had just seen. She nodded patiently, as if dealing with a confused passenger. She told me the seat next to me was unoccupied in the system and that maybe I was half asleep. I apologized, feeling embarrassed, and said I might be tired. She offered me some water, which I accepted. After she left, I stared at the seat, half expecting something to reappear. The tension in my shoulders refused to subside. I kept glancing around to see if any of the other passengers had noticed anything, but they were all resting or absorbed in their own world. I tried to close my eyes again, but every small movement in the cabin made me jerk awake. Eventually, the plane hit a patch of light turbulence. The seatbelt sign came on with a ding, and I heard a brief announcement from the cockpit telling us to remain seated. The plane shook for a few seconds, and the lights flickered. I put my hand on the armrest and shut my eyes, breathing slowly. When it passed, I opened my eyes and looked out the window. At first, I just saw my own reflection in the dark. Then I noticed a shape behind me in the reflection, like a head leaning over my shoulder. The face was unclear, distorted, but I could sense it looking right at me. My throat went dry, and I whipped around, expecting to see someone. The row behind me was empty. My breath came in short gasps as I tried to steady myself. My mind started racing with possibilities. Was I hallucinating? Was I having some kind of stress dream? I tried to look forward, focusing on the seat back in front of me, telling myself to stay calm. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. I decided to get up and walk to the bathroom. Maybe splashing some water on my face would help. I unbuckled my seatbelt, stood up, and almost stumbled into the aisle. My legs felt shaky, and my hands were damp with sweat. I walked toward the rear of the plane, passing only a couple of passengers who seemed lost in their own discomfort or trying to sleep. Inside the small lavatory, I turned on the faucet, letting the cold water run over my wrists. I stared at myself in the mirror. My eyes looked tired, and my cheeks were pale. I took a few deep breaths. The hum of the plane's engines vibrated through my feet. I told myself I was just overworked, that my eyes were playing tricks on me. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that someone had touched my shoulder while I slept. And that blanket. I was sure I saw it. My throat felt tight. The cabin lights flickered again, and a shudder ran through the plane. I headed back to my seat, determined to stay awake for the rest of the flight. When I returned, I found the seat was still empty. Nothing looked unusual. I sat down, clipped my seatbelt, and tried to focus on the seat in front of me, counting to 10, inhaling and exhaling slowly. An hour later, the pilot announced that we were preparing for descent. I hadn't slept a wink since the incident. My body ached from tension, and my eyes felt sore. As the plane lowered, my ears popped, and I noticed a flight attendant walking toward me with a serious expression. She asked if I was the one seated in row whatever, and I nodded. She informed me that there had been a strange reading on the seatbelt sensor. It indicated that the seat next to me was buckled during most of the flight, even though no passenger was assigned to it. She gave me a puzzled look, as if I might have an explanation. My stomach twisted, and I told her I had no idea. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. We both stayed quiet for a moment. Then she just nodded awkwardly and walked away. I felt a rush of cold sweat under my collar. I tightened my own seatbelt as the plane descended further. When we finally touched down, my hands were clenched around the armrests. I kept telling myself I was almost off this flight, almost back on solid ground. After we taxied to the gate, people started gathering their bags and stepping into the aisle. I unfastened my belt and stood up quickly, feeling a jolt in my knees as I did so. I grabbed my carry-on, checking one last time that I hadn't left anything behind. I glanced at the seat next to me. It was definitely empty. There wasn't even a stray blanket lying around. I walked toward the exit, staying behind a few other passengers. My chest felt tight, and the air in the cabin seemed suffocating. When I finally got off the plane, I headed straight for the terminal exit. One of the airline staff approached me, someone I hadn't seen before, and asked if I could step aside. He said my name and explained that the pilot wanted to speak to me briefly about the seatbelt sensor issue. I shook my head and mumbled something about needing to catch a ride. My voice sounded strained, even to my own ears. He looked a little concerned but didn't press the issue. He let me go with a polite nod. I continued walking, ignoring the curious stares from a few passengers. Every step felt like I was trying to outrun my own heartbeat. By the time I reached the baggage claim, I felt a little steadier. The overhead lights were bright, and I saw people waiting, holding signs for friends or family. The normal airport bustle made me feel grounded again. I grabbed my suitcase from the carousel and headed for the exit. Outside, the cool night air hit me, and I took a moment to breathe. My mind kept replaying the events on the plane, the tap on my shoulder, the blanket, the strange noises, and that reflection in the window. Most of all, the confirmation that the seatbelt sensor had read as occupied. I called for a ride, and while I waited, I tried to rationalize everything. I told myself I was tired and stressed, that maybe the sensor was malfunctioning. Yet I couldn't block out the memory of that low growl and the feeling of a presence by my side. My body hadn't reacted like that out of nowhere. I'd felt the rush of adrenaline, the sudden spike of fear, the dryness in my mouth. I rode away from the airport in the back of a car, looking out the window at the city lights. My driver asked me if I was coming in from a late flight. I nodded, but didn't give details. My mind was racing with everything that had happened. Once I got to my hotel, I checked in quickly and went to my room. I locked the door, slid the chain across, and sank onto the bed. My entire body felt heavy, yet I couldn't sleep. In the days that followed, I shared a vague version of the story with a friend. I left out most of the details, only mentioning that I had a weird feeling on the flight and couldn't sleep. He assumed it was normal airline stress. I never told him about the seatbelt sensor or the blanket or that reflection. It felt too strange to bring up, and I wasn't sure he'd believe me. Even I doubted what I'd seen, but deep down, I knew I hadn't imagined all of it. Since then, I've avoided flying at night whenever possible. If I have to travel by plane, I pick morning or midday flights, and I make sure I'm well rested. I still catch myself looking at the seat next to me if there's an empty one. My hands tense up if I even think I hear someone shifting behind me in an unusual way. I don't want to relive that moment. I can't forget the feeling of that tap on my shoulder, The sight of that blanket moving in a way no normal passenger would, and the silent presence that seemed to vanish as soon as I brought the flight attendant over. It was all too real. And now, whenever I see a nearly empty row on a late flight, I remember that seatbelt sensor reading. Someone or something was there, and I don't want to encounter it again. To Milwaukee because of a job transfer. I found a house in a quiet suburb, a place with neat lawns and tidy sidewalks. Behind the row of houses on my street, there's a preserved woodland area. Locals call it the woods, but it's not very large. On maps, it's just a green patch surrounded by the neighborhood. From my backyard, I can see the first line of trees. I decided I'd start walking my dog, Max, along those trails each evening. Everything seemed calm at first. I remember my first walk there. It was early autumn, with leaves turning brown and orange, but the underbrush was still green. The trail was easy to follow, just wide enough for one person. Max seemed excited, sniffing at fallen branches and trotting ahead, pulling lightly on the leash. I saw a few neighbors jogging or strolling with their own dogs. Nobody acted like this place was unusual or dangerous. That changed about a week later. I noticed that Max stopped at one section of the path, stiffened his posture, and started to growl. His ears went back, and he refused to move forward. I tugged at the leash and told him to keep going, but he was stubborn. I glanced around, thinking maybe there was a raccoon or another dog nearby. I didn't see anything. The woods were quiet except for the faint rustling of leaves. I stood there for a minute, feeling uneasy. Eventually, I led Max back around in a different direction. When we got home, he seemed nervous, pacing near the back door. The next day, I tried again. This time, Max stopped even sooner, sniffed the air, and then let out a low growl. I felt a chill in my stomach, like something was off. I didn't see or hear anything, but his hackles were up. I decided to trust his instincts and turned around, heading home. That night, I asked a neighbor if they knew of any stray dogs or wildlife in the area. He shook his head, said he'd never had a problem, and that the woods were safe. On another afternoon, I went out alone without Max. I wanted to see if there was some obvious reason for his behavior. The path was quiet, lined with tall trees that blocked much of the sunlight. I felt a sense of isolation as I walked deeper in. I passed a large oak tree with a trunk that twisted in a strange shape. I noticed deep scratch marks in the bark. The gashes were too large to be from any small animal I knew of. I touched the grooves. They felt rough and jagged, like something powerful had clawed at the tree. A breeze blew by and my skin prickled. I took a few pictures with my phone, then continued, feeling more alert than before. Further on, the ground had patches of soft earth. I spotted footprints. They looked like they belonged to a large dog, but each print was bigger than my hand. The spacing suggested something with a long stride. I kneeled down and pressed my palm next to one. It dwarfed my hand. I felt my heart beat faster. I looked around and saw no one else on the trail. The air felt still, except for a distant rustle of branches. I decided to head back before it got dark. That night, I sat on my patio, staring at the woods. I live in a single-story house, so I can't see over the trees, just the edge of them. Max was outside with me, sniffing the air. Suddenly, he let out a sharp bark and backed up, his ears pinned. I thought maybe someone walked by on the other side of the fence, but I didn't hear footsteps or voices. I looked around with a flashlight. The beam just showed the fence and some bushes. Nothing was there. Max wouldn't settle down until I took him inside. Within a few days, I started hearing odd sounds at night. Around midnight, When I'd lie in bed trying to fall asleep, I'd hear a distant howling. It didn't sound like a normal dog or a coyote. The pitch was different, like it started deep and rose in a quick wail. It was faint, but loud enough for me to notice. Once I got up and looked out the window. The street was dark and the houses looked still. The howling continued for a few seconds, then stopped. One evening, I decided to venture along the back fence line with a flashlight, just to reassure myself there was nothing to worry about. Max stayed inside because he'd been getting anxious. I walked slowly, shining the beam near the fence posts. I reached a spot where the fence met the woods. On the ground, I saw broken branches. Something strong must have snapped them. I leaned in and noticed large clumps of dark fur stuck to a broken piece of wood. I picked one up carefully, holding it between my fingers. It felt coarse, like an animal's. My stomach churned, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I stuffed the fur in a plastic bag to show animal control later. That same night, Max started whining in the yard around 10. I rushed outside and found him trembling near the back door. The motion sensor light was on, illuminating the fence area. I heard movement, like rustling leaves just beyond the fence. My heart pounded. I stood there, gripping the flashlight, but I couldn't bring myself to go closer. A few seconds later, the noise stopped. I took Max inside, locked every door, and sat in my living room feeling my own heartbeat in my chest. My mind ran through possibilities. A large stray dog? A wolf? But we were in the suburbs. Wolves were unlikely here. I called animal control the next day. 2 officers came out and examined the fence line. They found the fur I'd collected but said it didn't match any local wildlife they knew. They walked through a portion of the woods but didn't see anything conclusive. They told me to call them if I saw the animal again. I felt both relieved and frustrated. There was no clear answer. Things got worse about a week later. I heard a crash in the middle of the night and rushed outside with my flashlight. My neighbor's trash can was knocked over. Trash was scattered across the sidewalk. Max barked from the yard, clearly agitated. I saw large drag marks in the grass, as though something had yanked the can a few feet before rummaging. I woke my neighbor, an older man, and we picked up the trash. He said he'd heard strange noises around 3 in the morning, scratching at his fence. He looked worried but tried to shrug it off. Then one evening, I decided to walk Max early, well before sunset. As we approached the trail's entrance, he pulled back again. I coaxed him forward a few steps. Then I heard a rustling off to my left. I froze. Max growled, his stance low to the ground. I held the leash tight. I spotted a tall shape between the trees. It stood upright, at least 6 or 7 feet tall. It had a silhouette like a large dog, but was balanced on its hind legs. I couldn't make out details, but it turned its head in our direction. My chest tightened, and I felt my pulse hammering in my ears. Max whimpered softly. The creature bolted away, deeper into the woods. I heard the sound of branches snapping and leaves crunching. Then it was gone. I rushed home, nearly running. My heart pounded so hard I could barely think. Once inside, I locked the door and closed all the blinds. I paced the living room, trying to decide what to do. Calling the police sounded ridiculous. What would I tell them? That I saw some sort of upright wolf? I felt sweat forming on my forehead. My hands trembled when I tried to drink water. Max kept whining and scratching at the back door, anxious. The next day, I asked a few neighbors if they had experienced anything unusual. Most of them shook their heads or said they had heard animals sometimes, but nothing special. An older resident, living across the street, admitted he had heard something rattling his trash cans late at night. He also said he once saw large footprints near his fence. He just assumed it was a big stray dog. but he told me, in a low voice, that he sometimes heard heavy breathing outside his window around midnight. He said it sounded too close, like something standing right by the wall. I felt a shudder go through me when he said that. I became more cautious. I stopped taking Max to the woods after dark. In fact, I avoided the woods completely after that sighting. Yet I still heard those distant howls sometimes. Late at night, I'd feel compelled to check the backyard. I'd stand at the window, scanning the tree line with a flashlight, hoping I wouldn't see that shape again. I never did, but the tension remained. A few weeks later, something disturbed Max again. He ran in from the yard, tail between his legs, panting and trembling. I stepped outside with the flashlight and found fresh scratch marks on the wooden fence, along with more clumps of dark fur. The fence looked chipped, like claws had dug into it. I felt nauseated. I called animal control again. They came the next day, walked around, and told me they found no tracks or signs that would confirm a large predator. They suggested it might be a big dog, but they couldn't be sure. I sensed they thought I was exaggerating. I started keeping Max inside after dusk, letting him out only for short bathroom breaks. I installed a brighter motion sensor light and added a small camera overlooking the yard. Over the next month, the recordings only captured stray cats and a few raccoons. No sign of anything big. Still, I felt uneasy every night, jumping at small sounds. My sleep grew restless. Sometimes I'd wake to a faint rustling by the window, but whenever I checked, nothing was there. Eventually, life in the neighborhood returned to its usual pace. Residents mowed their lawns, kids played in driveways, and I tried to relax. Yet whenever I looked toward those trees, I felt a knot in my stomach. I don't think that feeling will ever go away. I might not have proof of what I saw, but it was real enough. I keep remembering that shape standing on its hind legs and looking toward me and Max. I've told a few close friends the story, and some believe I just saw a large dog in low light. Others say maybe it was a person in a costume, but I know it wasn't. I remember the depth of its eyes, or at least the presence of its gaze, even though I couldn't see it clearly. It didn't move like a person. It bolted through those woods with a speed and grace I've never seen in a person or a dog. Now I stick to the sidewalks for my walks with Max, especially near sundown. I don't let him sniff around the wooded edge. I keep my phone handy in case I need to call for help. Some nights I lie awake, listening for that howl. If I hear it, it's faint and far away, but it still makes the hairs on my neck stand up. That's what happened in the suburbs of Milwaukee, and I still feel uneasy in my own backyard. Maybe it's gone. Maybe it's still out there. I'm not taking any more chances. My main goal is to keep Max safe and keep myself from stumbling into that creature again. I don't want to see it a second time. That one encounter was enough.